I'm gonna have the sneaker song stuck in my head now.
This ain't a game to him. You could be a Bradley's baddie Hello, good friends. Good morrow. What the fuck am I doing?
Salutations!
Welcome to the mines. I'm a dirty old prospector. I'm just hunting for some gold. Welcome to the Atheist Avengers, as I like to call us. Even though I actually think that title should probably be more reserved for Blitz, Justin, and Ian. But we're going to use that because they've not used it.
Isn't there a new Avengers? Isn't that a thing?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we'll be the new
Avengers.
Atheist Avengers.
We're like
And-
the Thunderbolts. Yeah.
And wait a minute, but so like was it which one of them was one of the original Avengers joined the new Avengers or something? Isn't that a thing?
No, none of them? Technically, I think other than Thor, none of the original Avengers are on either team.
Yeah.
Currently.
Are you telling
Cap
me
is
that I'm
gone.
Thor?
Iron, you would be Thor. Well, no, in this case, you would have to be, because you came over from other Avengers to the new Avengers, so you'd have to be Bucky. Spoiler alert for anyone that hasn't seen Thunderbolts.
I haven't seen it. Appreciate the spoiler.
Oh,
Actually,
well,
I think I saw it on a
he's in the
transatlantic
trailers.
flight. I think I saw it on a transatlantic flight, and I probably just forgot it because I was delirious.
It's low-key one of my favorite Marvel movies. It's low-key really
Loki's in
like
it?
Thunderbolt. No. And that was Blitz for today, everybody. So tell Blitz you'll see him next time. No, this is Theism Wednesday. We have a couple of topics on the board for the theists. Topic number 1, God is not real. Topic number 2, the Bible fails at science. Topic number 3, the Bible is historical bullshit. And topic number 4, the Christian God is evil. If you want to call in about any of those topics, 219-327-8005. That number, one more time, is 219-327-8005. You have me, Jovan, your hostess with the mostest, joined by Dr. Blitz, whose handle is @BlitzPhD, if you want to go find him off on the interwebs. And then Dalton, whose handle is @BibleGuyOfficial, if you want to go find him off on the interwebs. Welcome in, gentlemen. Thank you for joining me today.
Howdy, partner.
Now, who's ready to play the weakest link? What if this was just like a
setup?
a setup to get you guys on a game show?
I'd probably freeze and then cry.
I'm not good at game shows, as was evident by our last attempt at that.
Yeah, you did really bad, and you had arguably a really easy pick to not do bad.
I know. That's why I thought I didn't have to put much work into it.
Guys, 219-327-8005. If you want to call in to debate, that is the number. Essentially, what are you doing, Dalton?
Sorry.
You just started floating around. Essentially, each one of us has a topic on the board that we're going to lead. So if you call in about either of the topics, you'll either talk to Blitz primarily, you'll talk to Dalton primarily, or you'll talk to the black one primarily. We'll see which one happens. But call in. It'll probably be a little bit. You can also call in with office hours questions. So if you have a question for us, call in that way too. That's totally fine. Especially if you've ever wanted to ask Dalton or Blitz something. I know you probably can do that on their streams, but now is also a good time to do it on mine. We do have our super chats ready to go, so if you want to send a super chat, send a super chat, because maybe you're going to tell us something fun, and we'll put your little super chat up on the screen so everyone can see what you have to say, because I assume it's hella important. So important that we need to throw it up on the screen. So I think that's it. Do the thing, everybody. Do the thing.
I'm trying to find your channel so I can go post it in my Discord server.
Oh my God, you're not on my channel?
No, I on Twitch, because I don't really use Twitch.
Oh, you know my channel on Twitch?
I found it. Found it on Twitch.
@Jovan_Bradley. For all your Twitchy needs. We'll see if we get a...
Flat Earthers like to call me Dr. Blit. No, sorry. Dark Dawkins calls me Blitch. But Flat Earthers like to call me Twitch.
That's funny.
because they're mean.
Darth Dawkins just calls me that asshole.
Darth Dawkins still he's still around. He's still relevant.
I don't know. I haven't talked to him in a while.
Barely. Apparently, he's getting to the point where he's just blocking everyone at this point.
Doesn't shock me. Megan, thank you for the Venmo. Said, gotta give a suggestion. You guys are the triple A's, the articulate atheist Avengers, here to recharge your godless souls. I love it. I love it.
That.
Why? Hold on. Why are you calling us articulate?
Oh, Blitz didn't like it. I take it back. Blitz didn't like it. True. Now I think about it for a second. I think just the alliteration. I think they just wanted the three A's. What about the asshole
awesome.
atheist Avengers?
The
amazing
atheist Avengers. I can only speak for myself there.
Why can't you speak for us?
I
looked at Blitz when I said that. It's like fucking the Brady Bunch. If we ever end up having more of us, we'd like a big stream. We got a Brady Bunch.
Yeah. Yes, that's got to be the intro. Yeah.
Oh, I need to call my friend Frank and have him write a Brady Bunch style intro.
Oh wait, all right. Who designed your intro video?
My intro video was made by their handle is @GraceDoodles on Instagram. They also handle pretty much all of my design work right now. The song was written and performed by one of my friends from back home. His name is Frank.
Because it's so good. Like, yeah, like the whole shtick, it's so good.
You'll have to
guys, I show out.
Give me their info.
I show out. I gotta show out. Oh shit! Somebody sent a super chat. Let's see if I can pull it up on the screen. They said, "Why in the name of God is that doesn't exist? Is the stream not horizontal? It is on Twitch. Twitch.tv/Jovan_Bradley. And then you'll have the horizontal.
You're not doing both on YouTube.
It takes away too much. When you just do the vertical on YouTube, you get a lot more viewers, thus a lot more callers.
That is true. We love all you verts and all you whores out there.
The verts and the whores. So true. Guys, make sure you're liking the live on YouTube. That's how we get callers. There's 259 of you in here and only 71 likes. We ain't gonna get calls that way.
Gotta do better.
So, some of these comments are hilarious. Wait, why don't we read some hilarious YouTube comments while we wait? Let's read some hilarious YouTube comments. Here's the first one. Oh, you know what I also have to do? Put the phone number on the super chat screen.
Yeah, that would help.
It would figure gays would be the ones screaming Jesus ain't real. LOL. Of course y'all gonna say that. Y'all don't get it anyways. Blitz has a wife.
Yeah, what?
Blitz has a whole wife.
We gotta let Blitz's wife know. Man.
She's currently dress shopping and literally showing me, like, sending me pictures of herself wearing dresses. Like, hey, do you like me in this? Like,
but does she know that does she know that you're actually gay?
No, I should let her know.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I think you need to make sure.
I'll text her right now.
If she doesn't know that.
My whole brand is around the Bible and pegging, so I'll excuse it.
I mean, who knows more about gay stuff than God, though?
That is true.
I genuinely love that argument that when people use it is God knows what it's like to experience hardcore gay butt sex.
Yeah, I mean, I talked to a Catholic AI recently, and it basically admitted to me that if God is all-knowing, that by necessity he must know what it's like to get pegged. It's just a theological necessity.
I'm a little perplexed. Can AI be religious?
Not only can AI be religious, it can also be a goddamn liar, a religious liar. I asked it, when it introduced itself to me, it told me it had a master's degree in divinity.
Was this like the Catholic AI bot that used to call itself a pastor and then they stopped because it was doing heresy?
Yeah, it was trying. Well, people were going to it to get their sins absolved.
This is Justin, the Catholic,
Justin. Yeah.
which is hilarious because of Justin, the ex-Catholic,
Yeah.
debated Catholic,
But right off the
Justin
bat,
AI.
it told me it had a master's in divinity, so that wasn't a good start to the conversation.
Did you ask it from what university?
Oh yeah, it absolutely dodged. I know
Of
you
course
would
it
like
did.
to know about this, but the more important things about our Catholic faith are, yeah.
Hey guys, this one says the miracles are documented. 25,000 manuscripts outside the Bible.
Well, that's a non sequitur thought, and also the number of times you repeat a lie doesn't make it more true.
Yeah, I'll take things that aren't real for 200, Alex.
90% of our New Testament manuscripts date to after the 9th century.
You know, this reminds me of and I'm allowed to tell this because I'm Jewish. It reminds me of an old Jewish joke. And the analogy will be clear in a minute once I explain it. And I'm going to butcher it, but it's something like, you know, Jewish kid asks Jewish dad for some money to go out with friends. Hey, Dad, can I borrow $80? I want to go to the movie theater, or whatever kids do these days. Dad says, $80? What do you need $50 for? I don't even make $20 in a week. Here, but I can give you $2. And the joke
Isn't
being,
that a Family Guy bit?
I don't think it's original to Family Guy.
No, I think they stole it.
But the joke here being that it seems like every single time I hear about the manuscripts, it's just a bigger number.
Yeah, it is. That is true, and that's such a real phenomenon. That's such a real phenomenon.
Wait, when I was when I was doing the last time I was doing one of the God topics, and I brought up the God knows what it feels like to take like an 8-inch dick in his ass. Every time I repeated the phrase, the length of the dick got longer, and the amount of adjectives I used to describe the dick got longer.
I love that.
Love that. Absolutely. Blitz, do you still have? Okay, so I used to be a Noahide, so
Cringe.
I have a.
Damn,
a
that sounded like a slur.
And Noahide is a non-Jew who joins Judaism, basically.
I'm just saying, it sounds like a slur.
It's a non-Jewish person who's like, huh, the Jews, they know what they're talking about. Let's follow their rules.
Yeah, basically.
Because there are specific rules for non-Jewish people according to Judaism.
The Noahide laws. I have a whole book on the topic called the divine code or some bullshit like that. But I still have my yarmulke. Do you still have one of your yarmulkes?
Yes, from my wedding. Yes, from my bar mitzvah. I also have my talit from my bar mitzvah. It's all somewhere in my closet.
Oh, I have a talit somewhere around here.
You don't get rid of this.
If God has infinite knowledge, does that mean God infinitely knows what it's like to take penises up his butthole? Call now, 219-327-8005.
Sounds about right.
You have no idea how many lives I get comments where they think I'm a secret Israeli. So that's I'm sure that'll be
quick.
a few.
Is that like phrenology?
Quick, Dalton, quick. Does Israel have a right to defend itself?
Fuck them. Fuck Israel. But yeah, I'm sure there'll be a few anti-Semitic comments in this conversation.
You don't even have curly hair, do you?
No, I don't.
Because I do.
don't. I've never seen the. Okay,
yeah.
There you go. No,
I've never seen Blitz's hair. That was a first.
It goes down like 3 times a week. If I get more than 100K likes on TikTok, that's the threshold. Because some people are horny for that.
It's because of my Hebrew. I learned how to speak Hebrew from listening to Israelis talk.
Okay, explain to me how somebody who's going to accuse you of being a secret Israeli is able to tell the difference between an Israeli Hebrew accent and, say, an Ashkenazi American Hebrew accent. Like, since when?
Because I say Torah and not Torah.
Yeah, but like, how do they know the difference?
That's true. That's yeah. I don't.
I'm reading the comments, and someone said God knows what it's like to have an entire football team run train on his ass. Crazy. Oh. Megan, thank you for the Venmo. Said sorry, Blitz. Haha. How about the anarchist atheist Avengers? I like that one better.
Yeah, it works.
That one is much better than. God knows what it's like for every man to simultaneously fuck him at once. Yo, God's. Wait, I don't know if I should say that one. I'm gonna type it to you guys and tell me in Discord if this seems.
You're like, okay, woke check me.
God's got that godly gluck.
Let me know if that's okay.
I'm not gonna be helpful because I have no idea who that is.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, well, then I feel like I should just say it. I feel like I should just say it.
I don't know who that is either.
I said God's taking more dicks than Bonnie Blue. Bonnie
Oh,
Blue is
I know
the
who that
OF
is.
model who
Yeah.
fucked like how many guys was it
like
in one
1,000.
day?
Yeah. I know who you're
Fucking
talking about.
good on her, bro. That's crazy. That
She's
shit
got
must
nothing
have.
on Yahweh.
Like, I don't care. Like, fuck how many people you want if you're being safe. My biggest thing was just like, I just feel like I'd be so
It's
raw
impressive.
after that.
Yeah.
You know?
What a trooper.
No, it was more than 100. It was more than 100.
I thought it was 1,000. Wasn't it 1,000?
Yeah, she fucked 1,000 men in 12 hours.
God damn. Let me take the. Let's
Wait
do
a
the
minute.
math on that.
What?
Yeah.
1,000. Let's see.
1,057 men. That is. I don't understand the logistics
A
involved.
lot of
here.
gangbangs.
Still don't understand the logistics involved here.
I don't know what there is to understand. It's a lot of
Like
gangbangs.
1,000 is just a really big number.
Lots of gangbangs, Blitz.
That's 41 man every 1.44 seconds.
Wait, no, that's
Didn't
that's
she
not right.
record? Didn't she record it all?
It's definitely not one man every 1.44 seconds.
That's how long most men last.
Speak for yourself, buddy.
All right, we got our first caller. It is an office hours call, but we're gonna take it anyway. Coming up is Matt. Matt from Nevada. Calling with an office hours question for Blitz specifically. Hey, Matt, what's your pronouns, friend? All right, awesome. Matt, you are on with Jovan, Dalton, and Blitz. You have an office hours question for Blitz. What is your question? Who do you like the most, Matt?
Don't do that.
Pick your favorite.
No.
Pick your favorite. Pick your favorite, Matt. Pick your favorite. Say wallahi, bro.
Gotta go with Jovan. You're just so entertaining.
Woo!
That's the correct answer. Jovan is
Suck
hosting.
it, whites. Sorry, go ahead. Ask Butch your question.
But there is a reason that I'm calling in with a question for Blitz. So I've been running this idea through my head, and I'm wondering if it makes any sense. So imagine that we have a scale that is infinitely sensitive. It is perfectly accurate, perfectly precise. If you were to place 3 blocks on that scale and get their precise mass, if you were to then stack those 3 blocks up, would the scale go up in weight given the new potential energy of the blocks?
Thank God he asked you. I have no clue what that question meant.
Not really. I mean, what would happen is the gravitational force on the top block would be less, so it would apply. So there'd be a smaller upward force on it. So it would actually appear that it weighs slightly less because you're stacking them higher.
Okay, see, I was thinking that the potential for the blocks to fall would be increasing the overall mass, even if it was extremely
Gravitational
microscopic
potential
scale.
energy is negative, if that helps.
Oh, absolutely. I was not aware of that. This is why I needed to call you. I have all of these thoughts, and I don't know where to take them.
Well, I guess you asked the right person. I wish I had something funny to say, but I don't.
No, I did. Yeah, that was all I had for you, man.
Okie dokie.
Well, thank
Jovan
you
is
so
not
much.
listening.
I appreciate your time, guys. Have a great show.
Toodaloo. I think Jovan or Jovan's person has to
I was
remove
muted.
you. I don't know if...
No. I was muted, and I was talking and saying goodbye to Matt and everything. Do you both have access to the call-in screener? You should. To call-in studio.
Oh, I probably do. I think that you sent it to me a while ago, and I just don't remember.
I should have added you both the last times you guys were hosting with me.
Yeah, but like, that was probably from a Discord DM, and it's like, I don't remember. Is it VX Mix?
No. Just if you go to callinstudio.com and you log in using whatever email you signed up with, you should see my show. And then you should be able to see the callers.
And then I click host.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Yeah. Cool.
Where the theists at, guys? Only 172
They're all
likes
on
on
TikTok.
400 people in here. Get here. I don't
The
stream
reality
to
is that
TikTok
they're all on
anymore.
TikTok. I don't know why. You get more viewers that way.
I hate that app so much.
Everybody does.
I hate it
I
too,
gotta-
but I couldn't do my job without it.
I keep
Exactly.
seeing you get banned, Dalton.
I got banned once.
How do you get banned so frequently?
I got banned only
He
once.
says
and
wild shit. Like God takes cocks in his ass.
Yeah, that's
No,
probably that'll probably do it.
I think I made a joke about this guy I was debating with, how he's got a good gluck, and TikTok didn't like that.
He got that strawberry yum yum. He got that gluck gluck. 219-327-8005. Let's see if we can't get some theists on the phone. Theist, if you call in and you're like, well, I don't want to do 3v1, just ask us. Say, I want to debate this person specifically.
Also, for what it's worth, if you're Christian, it's technically 4v3 because you have the Trinity on your side.
What's that Bible verse? What does God say that you have to do this? You have to like defend your religion? God says something like that.
1 Peter 3:15. Always be ready to give an answer for the hope that is within you. And don't forget, Christians, Jesus said that when you go and stand before them, that I will be with you and I will give you the word. So, no worries. Come on, let's have a conversation. I'm just a will atheist.
I'm just a
will guy.
Will atheist. Break my heart.
And I promise I'll be
you
much
love me
nicer here.
again.
Since I'm on Jovan's show, I'll be much nicer to you here.
I won't be.
I'm always nice. My mama raised
Fuck,
me
I
right.
look like being nice. Mama
I'm sorry,
said
but
there'd be days like
testing my patience.
Super chat from Apazman said, new meaning of God of the Gaps argument is fucking crazy.
Gaping.
Gods of the
Peggy-
Gaps just means that you're fucking Peggy 13.
Yeah, Peggy is the true goddess of the gaps.
And then we have another one too. From Master Neo said, God's ass is Hilbert's hole.
Hilbert's
Oh,
Hotel.
Hilbert's Hotel. Hilbert's Hotel. I
Can
can't
take
read.
infinitely many dicks.
Yeah, infinitely big and it always takes infinitely more dicks. Absolutely.
Yeah, is there a dick too fat for God to suck?
Oh, of
If
course
there-
not.
Yeah, that's the question.
Office hours question. Coming up is Travis calling from New York. Travis from New York with an office hours question. Not much on topic, but we'll take it anyway because what else are we doing? Travis, what's your pronouns, friend?
Oh, he, him.
All right, what was your question?
Hey, so I got a new friend. He's Cuban and anti-socialist, and I kind of want to talk to him a little bit about it, about socialism, but I don't really know how to go about that with him.
Ask him when his
obviously he
parents
has personal experience.
or not parents. Ask him when his family came over and where.
Yep.
If his family came over to Miami between when was it? God, I have to remember when the first major Cuban exodus was.
It's got to have been in the 60s, right?
Yeah, I think it was the 60s.
Well,
right after Castro. So yeah, it would have been 59 to 62. If his family came over between 1959 and 1962, then his parents were or his family was probably slave owners, and that's why he's against socialism. If it is just now he just doesn't like it and he doesn't have any real experience with Cuba, I'm always just like Cuba's being destroyed by the U.S. I don't want to hear nothing about like it's socialism's fault. No, it's
so he.
our fault.
I mean, he moved over in his lifetime. He's only like my age, and I told him I was like I feel like the embargo has a lot to do with like why the whole
It
country
has everything to do
going
with
to
it.
crap. And I kind of conceded. I was like, the government's probably also like hella corrupt too. But like,
He would have no way of knowing if he came over as a baby. He has no way of knowing if the government's corrupt.
Honestly, the best analogy that you could give them is be like, hey, what do you think would happen if the United States just stopped trading with Canada for the next 50 years? What do you think would happen to the Canadian economy? Like, obviously it would collapse because they're super dependent on us because we are their nearest neighbor. And Cuba is 90 miles away from the United States. We are their nearest neighbor. And all of a sudden, this enormous economic powerhouse is just like, nah, you can't have our stuff. Like, Okay, I guess that's what
Yeah.
happens to an economy when you get shut down by a global superpower.
Did y'all know that Guantanamo Bay, the super prison that America runs in Cuba? Did you know there's only 5 people there? There are 5 prisoners in Guantanamo Bay.
How big
Really?
is it?
Has that always been the
Guantanamo Bay
case?
is pretty big.
So, like, we're talking like free range prisoners.
Yeah.
You want to know the crazy thing? Those 5 prisoners, if the last time I researched is correct, those 5 prisoners are all innocent and all should be let go. But they're still in
that
Guantanamo
sounds
Bay.
about right.
My only knowledge of
Yeah.
Guantanamo Bay comes from the Harold and Kumar film. That's it.
Well, okay.
But that's crazy.
All right, that's good. I didn't think about that. Like,
I'm sorry, I had the wrong number. It's 15.
No,
It's 15. Still small. Still a very
that's
small
still
number.
like
Yeah.
probably 15 too many, but yeah. Okay. Yeah, all right. That sounds about right. Maybe I'll be able to talk a little bit more about it. He seems cool. Other than that, I mean, I don't mean I just it's a little difficult,
Yeah,
being
we
a
get you,
socialist out here
Travis.
sometimes.
We got you, friend.
But all right, appreciate it.
All right, you have
Thank
a
you.
good one.
You too.
They each get a whole week to themselves.
That's
Did y'all notice
crazy.
that we're all wearing black t-shirts?
Yeah, I did.
Don't call me out.
Looking hella slick.
I just don't like wearing colors.
Yeah, me neither.
I'll wear anything that makes me look even remotely thinner.
The National Association for the Advancement of Colored T-shirts.
I
I had to say it. I'm sorry. I had to say it.
I don't know.
we're
My
s-
view on my view is don't talk about particularly sensitive politics with friends that you want to keep that you just met. Like talk about
my
video
view is the minute I meet somebody to just start dropping little hints. Like,
Well,
yeah,
hints are
I have this
fine.
transgender friend.
Hints are fine, but you don't have to like debunk their entire worldview within 2 weeks of meeting them.
I do.
meet them and I'm like, hey, how you doing today, comrade? Hmm?
Look, maybe I just have a hard time making friends, okay?
Welcome to the store, comrade. And then you
Oh,
just start
God.
getting real like, yeah, don't you believe that people should have their basic needs met?
Is food and shelter should it be earned or is it just something we think we should all have? I don't know. But
It's
everyone,
very funny watching Christians in the chat crash out when none of them are brave enough to call in.
I know
Specifically,
they don't-
like this guy, Jesus is coming. Yeah, he is. This is the faces of mental health issues caused by demonic possession. Sounds like you want to get bent over. That's
Mental health issues.
I'm
I've never
never
taken an SSRI.
Yeah, I'd like to see where demonic possession is found in the DSM-5.
I'm pretty sure it's under the body dysmorphia part.
Oh God. Everyone should tap that screen like Jonathan wanted to tap King David. Tap that screen like they tapped those nails into Jesus' hand. And Christians, either you have the Holy Spirit and you're brave enough to come up and talk to us, or you just don't, and you're all cowards.
number 2. It's number 2. Just letting you all know.
Oh. Yeah, that kind of checks.
What?
That it's number 2.
Oh, like poop.
Yeah.
Does Jesus have erectile dysfunction because it's 2,000 years and it still hasn't come?
Good point. Well, it's the second coming, so like he has like a refractory
Yeah,
period.
he came once already.
1,000-year-long refractory period. It's a little on the long side, but
But the problem is he came as a baby, and and now he's a full-grown adult. I think he's had plenty of time to get his juice back up.
Ken said, difference between God and tax collectors in the Bible is at least tax collectors feel sorry for pounding people that hard.
Yeah, that sounds right.
rough.
When is the best office hours to call in for astrology?
Now, I
Never
guess? Oh, never
I mean,
mind. Never.
for
I was about to
astrology.
I mean, someone wants to call in and talk to Dr. Blitz about astrology, or as I like to call it, space racism.
I mean, if you
As
want me
you
to
like to
hang
call it?
myself,
As you like to call it, Dalton?
It is space racism.
No. Just as you like to call it? Are you sure you didn't hear that from somebody else?
Do you say that too?
I've been saying that for like 10 years.
Oh, I didn't. I said
well,
it
I've
in
been saying
different
it for 11
convergent.
years, so.
Oh, it's just a convergent thought process.
I can't pronounce your name. So the word of God says, do good work, not exactly to have a worldly job to support their basic needs.
I mean, not necessarily. The
What?
Apostle Paul had a job. He was a tent maker. So,
Well, after he was a mass executioner.
after he was a mass executioner, that is true. And Jebus was a carpenter and a rabbi.
Yeah, but they didn't have to like
Jesus
go to
loves
school
me,
to be a
this
rabbi
I
back
know.
then.
That is true. They just kind of
Anybody could call themselves a rabbi.
Yeah.
For the Bible tells me so. We got some people calling in. Their calls are getting screened.
Also, I gotta say to the person Yahusha in the comment section, Yahusha is a fake Hebrew word. There's no Hebrew. There's never been a baby boy in Israel ever born with the name Yahusha. Stop saying silly stuff.
I have a cousin
Itchy
named
Goat
Josh.
said science over Bible undoubtedly. True.
Yeah.
I have a cousin named Josh. It's fucking so funny.
Blitz, I ever tell you how I what would cause me to deconstruct away from religion?
Please tell me that you had like a friend in middle school whose name was Jesus.
So there were people like who were pushing flat earthism in my Bible study group. And one night I'm laying in bed and I think to myself, I remember hearing in high school that light had a speed. And so as I'm laying there, I'm like, what's the farthest eye we can see with the naked eye? And I did a little Google search, and it was a star called V762 Cas in the Cassiopeia system, and 16,000 light years away, which meant that I was off by at least 10,000 years. And that's what got me
Turns
started
out,
on.
yeah.
Yeah. That's what got me started on my deconstruction towards atheism.
Apazman said, question for all. If you could remove one book from the Bible, which one and why? None, because they all make God look like a monster. So I'd want to keep them all in there.
The only one that you could remove and it wouldn't change the Bible is Esther, because God isn't mentioned at all in the book of Esther.
I don't know. Genesis, because it has like the most batshit crazy stories in it. If you do that, then the rest of the Torah is just a bunch of laws.
True. I mean, Exodus has
some
God almost kills Moses for not circumcising his kid.
It doesn't say that like plants existed before the sun and that there was a global flood, and also that like there were originally two people and one of them talked to a snake. Like it makes the whole thing a lot less ridiculous.
I love talking to snakes.
Numbers has a talking donkey though. And
look, talking donkeys are way more reasonable than talking snakes.
Yeah, facts.
I mean, haven't you seen Shrek?
Yeah, that's true. That's documented. Absolutely. There's no talking snakes in Shrek.
Shrek was written by a Jewish guy, by the way.
Well, there you go. That was Balaam's donkey. That's what it was from that. It was from the fairy tale of the Bible. Crazy.
We got calls in the queue now, and it looks like, well, kinda. This call is going to be headed by Dalton, so I'll do the little introduction. And then it's a Dalton header. Coming up to stream, we have Kookie. I think that's how it's pronounced. Kookie from California. Kookie, did we get that right? Is that how the name's pronounced?
It's Kioki, but good
Kioki.
enough. I mean, people usually spell it Kioki. Yeah.
No. That's fine. Kioki. What are your ages? What's your age and pronouns, Kioki?
My age is 19, and I'm a he/him.
Okay. And you're calling in about the Bible being historical BS. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, Kioki, I'm going to hand you off to Dalton, and good luck.
Hey, howdy, Kioki. What's your contention with that statement?
I think there's enough. I don't know. We've been talking about like the Bible, I think, as a society for like hundreds of years at this point. And And while
A little bit
certainly
longer,
some
but yeah.
parts of the Bible are a little bit longer than hundreds of years, definitely. But I think there's certain holes in the Bible, yes, but I think there's also still, via the scientific method, there's still a couple of things of evidence that point towards at least some of the things in the Bible being somewhat historically true.
Very, very little. We can say things like the siege of Nebuchadnezzar on Jerusalem. That was a historical event. Some of the battles mentioned in like First and Second Samuel, those are historical events. But like, I would say like the majority of the Gospels are mythic in nature. They're telling legendary stories about Jesus of Nazareth. Pretty much everything from Genesis all the way through Joshua, I think, is fake. We don't have any evidence that Abraham, Isaac, or Jacob existed, that the Jewish people were ever in the Exodus in Egypt, and that they were, as far as we can tell, they were just another group of Canaanites.
Yeah, yeah. I also have just a general question. Do we think, or at least on your guys' end, do we agree with Jesus of Nazareth being a real person, or do we kind of wishy-washy?
So I sit heavily on the fence. 51% in favor of a historical Jesus and 49% in favor of the mythicist proposition. But I'm always willing to say that there was a historical Jesus of Nazareth. To say that there was a guy named Yeshua who was executed by the Romans, there were probably dozens of Jewish guys named Yeshua who was executed by the Romans. But were any of them doing magical stuff and resurrecting from the dead, and were any of them the Messiah? Absolutely not.
Yeah, I would agree with
Yeah.
Dalton on that. I would just say that like Jesus of Nazareth probably most likely existed. Jesus Christ definitely did not.
I'm on board with that.
Okay. So at least in terms of like evidence, I'm assuming that we're not using anything derived or connected directly to any of the Gospels or anything written in the text or context of the Bible, correct?
Well, yeah, and mostly because the problem is that when we do start testing the Bible against actual historical records, such as, for example, I have here, oh, on my desk, a copy of the Antiquities of the complete works of Flavius Josephus. And when we like compare Josephus's works to the Gospels, we find that there are tons of historical inaccuracies. Like one of the biggest examples being the nativity stories of Jesus. How familiar are you with those nativity stories?
I'm not too familiar, but I'm up for being educated.
Yeah, so like what we read is that in the Gospel of Matthew, Jesus is born during the reign of King Herod the Great, who died in 4 BCE. And in the Gospel of Luke, he's born during the census that takes place while Quirinius, Publius Sulpicius Quirinius, was the governor of Syria, which wasn't until 10 years after Herod was already dead. So it's quite literally an historical impossibility for both Matthew and Luke's nativity stories to be true.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, I guess I can see it definitely from that point of view. But
Well, that's not even
what about
counting like the gospel authors who just ignore the virgin birth altogether. Seems real like it just seems
yeah,
real weird that like that isn't the focal point of like the start of all of their stories, you know?
definitely. I definitely think it's kind of weird that for a religion that's like Christianity, there's so many different denominations, and all of them claim to be the right denomination, which is I don't really know different interpretations of the Bible and
And
yada
that's
yada
just all
yada. But
religion.
I think, yeah, that's basically just all religion. But what about like I don't know, a lot of historical records or historians point to like certain past or at least like what's it called for the Holy Land or whatever. There's some sources. Most people use sources like the New Testament letters or Roman historical Tacitus or Jewish historian Josephus for some of the when they point to like, oh, it is proving Jesus was real. I think the main contending point is that at least proving Jesus was real or proving that he did certain things kind of like helps some of the other things in the Bible a little bit.
If you're wanting like a really good like because there isn't a lot of good literature on mythicism out there, but we do have one peer-reviewed work that's probably the most notable is going to be Dr. Richard Carey's book on the historicity of Jesus, and he has a whole section dedicated to extra biblical references to Jesus and whether or not they are reputable enough. But like, for example, like you mentioned Josephus, in Judean Antiquities, book 18, chapter 3, paragraph 3, we have what's called the Testimonium Flavianum, which is one of our only two references to Jesus in the entire works of Josephus. And there are some scholars who suggest that if this isn't at least partially interpolated, it might be entirely an interpolation, meaning that this section about Jesus was just added in by a Christian author at a later time because it doesn't match anything else that, like the writing style of Josephus. And in regards to Tacitus, he just talks about that there was a group of Christians who worship Jesus as if he were a god, and he talks about he reports what Christians are telling him after he's like um torturing them for information. So which doesn't really tell us whether or not Jesus really existed, but only that during the early 2nd century there were Christians who believed in this myth about this man named Jesus.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I think the main point probably is just like the resurrection of Jesus of Nazareth in general, just like that specific point. Something dramatic happened after Jesus' death that transformed frightened followers into like a movement that changed history. I think that like that particular point is like crucial. I don't necessarily have like what's it called? I don't necessarily have like outside pinpoints specifically, but I think people may die for like a lie that they think is true, but they definitely won't die for a lie that they invented. I don't necessarily get that.
I don't even know how much I believe that like these people died.
Yeah, that is also problematic
Yeah,
because the majority of these martyrdom stories are from much later in history. They are a matter of later Catholic tradition. The only really substantial information we have on any martyrs would be Peter, James, and John, and Peter, James, and Paul. And even then, we're not told whether or not they were allowed to recant or anything like that. But in regards to the whole lie thing, there are two possible options. If historicity is true, all that's really required is that there are some people who experience something after Jesus' death, like a bereavement hallucination and a collective delusion pairing. And there's a great paper on this that I actually just mentioned to Jovan here. It's called by Stephen Smith. It's called The Role of Bereavement Hallucination in Early Christian Resurrection Beliefs. And goes into the psychology of bereavement hallucination and how the apostles could have genuinely believed that they thought Jesus was resurrected, but it could have just been a mistaken of like bereavement hallucination. And then in regards to mythicism, it also doesn't really rely that they just flat out make up Jesus. I know there are versions of mythicism that do propose that, but Dr. Richard Carrier's minimal mythicist hypothesis actually posits that Jesus was a visionary figure, like, you know, in previous Jewish experiences, they'll have angels who are made up figures, but they believe the angels exist, and the angels come to them in visions and relate things to them. And Dr. Carrier relates that there was already a belief in an archangelic being called Jesus in Judaism prior to Christianity, and that all it requires is for a few of those Jews to have a vision where they think that this Jesus figure is coming to them and relating some sort of visionary experience to them.
yeah. I think collective delusion is something that can happen, but just at the scale of like an entire religion for like a couple, like maybe 1,000 plus years.
But it
I mean,
wasn't
just,
you're making a category error there because it wasn't at the scale. It would have only need to have been at the scale of like 3 guys.
mm.
Really, one. Honest to God, it really is all Paul. Paul is where we get almost everything that is
But
Christianity.
what is there for him to gain? I mean, other than like maybe if he
But Paul
thinks
we
that
know
he's
for a
doing
fact
it.
Paul had a hallucination in the desert. He was in the desert, lost. It's a desert. He's probably dehydrated. He feels guilty because most of his life was spent killing Christians. He has a near-death experience where he has a vision of Jesus. He decides, I'm going to turn my life over. That is way more believable than the spirit of Jesus came down to the desert and literally talked to him.
Yeah, I guess I can definitely see it that way, but there's like no way that like people. Well, I mean, I guess there could be a way, but I find it very hard to believe that we're taking the word of this one individual, like just this one individual, and then like
But we
we're
are.
like basing everything off of just him and
But
off of his one
like realistically in the Bible, we are quite literally basing almost everything off of just Paul.
2/3 of the New Testament written by Paul. The other third are by anonymous authors who themselves are not claiming that they saw or witnessed anything, but rather like the Gospels are just telling us stories about Jesus, and whether or not those stories are, well, I would highly contentious. I don't think that these stories are historically accurate. I think they're taking the historical person of Jesus, creating myths about him in order to teach lessons to early Christians. So all we have really is Paul with his vision. And maybe Peter has a bereavement hallucination too. And all that needs to require is for him to tell the rest of the apostles, I've seen the Lord. And then what do they do? Religious Jewish people, they fast, they pray, and as soon as they feel a sense of presence in the room with them, as will happen like in a Pentecostal setting and even in modern day churches, that's all the confirmation that they need that Jesus is present among them and that he's raised from the dead.
One of the coolest experiments that I've ever seen is this. I wonder if I could find it again. It was an old like YouTube video I watched like way back in the day. This group brought a bunch of people into a haunted house situation. It was like an old abandoned like medical facility. I think it was like an asylum. And there was a room. And in that room, it was like the room previously had just been like an office, right? No one died in that room. There was nothing bad in that room, but they lied to the people coming in. They brought in multiple groups and they told each group a different story. Group 1, they were like, oh, somebody drowned in here. Group 2, it was like, oh, somebody was electrocuted in here. Group 3, someone hung in here. And each group, because they were already in this mindset of belief, and because they was for people who already believe ghosts, right? You had people from the first group going like, yeah, I just found it hard to breathe. And then I felt like I was getting wet. And then group 2 was like, yeah, it's just, I felt these like, almost like fireflies on my skin. And group 3 would be like, oh yeah, it just felt like I was being suffocated. The human brain is very susceptible to suggestion. So if you already believe something and you put your mind into an altered state, it's pretty easy to have an experience, quote unquote, because your brain is already like, open to having said experience.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Just a general question for everyone here, just on a philosophical standpoint. Like, do we believe that there's something after death, or do we believe that there's anything at all? I mean, it could be the Christian God, it could be the Buddha, for all we know. But do we at least believe that there's something beyond death?
I think that what will happen to me after I die is the same thing that happened to me before I was conceived, as far as I can tell.
Which was non-existence, basically.
Yeah. What I would consider me, and maybe Blitz is the more scientifically literate one here, is basically going to be my brain functioning. And once the brain ceases to function, what I would consider me and all my ability to experience the world ceases.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would mostly agree with Dalton. Like, we know what happens when we get put under anesthesia, and in anesthesia, you have a total loss of consciousness. So I just assume it's the same thing.
Yeah, I think that after I die, Cosmic Koala will shepherd me to the Black Mountain, where I will be laid to rest.
Okay. I mean, you can't. Okay, well, we can't look at this just from a philosophical standpoint. At least the universe, like in general, or at least creation in general, we can't look at it just from like. We can't just say it's all an accident. It looks more like a calibrated system.
Well, this is a question. This is a Blitz question now.
Is it though? Does it actually look like a calibrated system?
I mean, they're very like. There's a specific like linear, like, oh, we just so happen to be on a planet. Of course, for like, at least from a scientific standpoint, of course, from like billions of years it has to develop for life. But like, we happen to be in the perfect like conditions for life, and we happen to be here specifically. And then all on top of
as
that,
opposed
like,
to
out of
being somewhere else, because then we would ask the same question.
Yeah, but like the chances, like you just see the odds and the chances of just like life being able to prosper on Earth specifically in a like in a particular orbit.
If it didn't prosper on Earth, it would have prospered somewhere else. Like, I can assure you, our
Well, then
universe is
that goes
sufficient.
into like life being possible on other worlds or other
So-
planets, which
so-
of course it is, but we haven't spotted anything.
So I can assure you the universe is sufficiently large that there is life somewhere else, and almost certainly there is intelligent life somewhere else. And they're probably asking the same question. Why on Glebelglorb did we find ourselves here? Isn't this universe finely tuned for the Glebglorians? Like, if not Earth, it would have been somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, look, it's like, say that you're playing the lottery, right? Now, I don't know how it is in the United States. Probably millions of people play the lottery, especially when like the Powerball or the Mega Millions or whatever gets up into the billions. Probably millions of people play this game. Now, inevitably, one of them wins. And you'll be like, oh, what are the odds that this person won? And sure, the odds that that specific person won are going to be quite low. But the odds that a person at all won is fairly reasonable. It happens pretty much on the regular. It's just that the person that won will think they're special, but it doesn't mean that it's special that somebody won to begin with. Which is all to say, like, yeah, okay, we might think we're special because, you know, all of this stuff around us, like the shape of the Earth, the size of the Earth, the distance to the sun, all that stuff is just right so that Earth could harbor life. But if the Earth were different, if the sun were different, if the distance between the Earth and the sun was different, then Earth just wouldn't have life on it, and we wouldn't be here asking it. We would be on some other planet saying, why is, I don't know, some other planet perfect for life? It's just because that's the one that got lucky. But there's a trillion
What are the
planets out
chances that
there.
the universe? What are the chances that the universe somehow just like created itself and will continue to exist for billions upon billions of trillions of years after we're probably long gone as a society or even as a civilization? What are the chances that this construct of itself created itself and then will continue to exist until it doesn't?
Well, it's not clear that the universe had a beginning. It's also not clear that the universe will have an end. Certainly, the universe as we know
you don't
it.
support the Big Bang Theory. You don't
The
support
Big Bang Theory. The Big Bang Theory is not a story about the beginning of the universe. It's a story about how the universe as we know it went from a hot, dense state to this sparsely populated, kind of cold state. But the Big Bang doesn't say anything about it being the genuine beginning of the universe. But I mean, that's to be debated, like whether or not there was a genuine beginning of the universe or not. That's still undecided, unknown. But suffice it to say, there are mechanisms by which you can have a first moment of time that don't require an outside creator, and there are mechanisms to have a past eternal universe that surely doesn't require a creator. Now, the question as to why our universe is the way it is, those are scientific questions that can be answered. People are looking into them. They're certainly some of the most important questions that we have. There are plausible solutions to a lot of these questions. Like, why is the cosmological constant the way it is? Well, there are plausible proposed explanations. Some of them involve string theory. Some of them involve like anthropic selection principles, etc. But to say that, to ask the question and then implicitly assert that this is so unlikely and that it requires a creator, I think is probably just a little bit early to be doing that.
Which is, something that humans tend to do a lot when it's like, oh, you don't know how this happened. So we're just
Well,
going to
yeah.
say that,
And so why are we doing it in this case?
It happened by the bad. Well, because I feel like, and this is just coming from I'm making an I feel statement here, but I feel like just personally, there's no way, at least for right now, at least in my lifetime, where the next 8 generations down the line, we actually have a definitive answer, or even be close to a definitive answer of like why our universe exists. And so I feel like mostly Christianity in general is just based off of comfort. But I mean, at least having a placeholder there is better than just not knowing. I'm okay sometimes with saying, oh, we just don't know, or oh, we'll know eventually. But what if we don't know? What if like without all of the research in the world that we'll do after generations and generations, we just won't know?
Look, do you think that a fish could ever learn calculus?
Probably not.
Yeah, I think that you'd probably have a hard time teaching a fish calculus. Does that mean that all of a sudden, because a fish could never understand calculus, that surely our universe doesn't require calculus to describe it?
I mean, I can make a very odd pivot here in saying that, well, I mean, we technically came from fish with the Cambrian and Silurian, and we like eventually the fish technically through like hundreds of years of evolution got to learn calculus. And
I'm talking about an
we're having this
individual
debate
fish,
right
not
now.
fish. I'm talking about an individual fish, not fish as a kind of organism. What I'm getting at is just because, like, it's plausible that our brains are not sophisticated enough that we will ever understand these particularly challenging questions. That's a possibility, right? I mean, we are just apes. We have ape brains that are kind of big. But, you know, just drawing an analogy with the fish, a fish will never understand calculus despite the universe seemingly requiring calculus in order to understand it. It could be that there's some kind of mathematics or some conception about the way the world could be that we will never be able to grasp just because we're too dumb. But that doesn't mean that the correct answer is divine.
Yeah. Well, then how do we explain all religion or why religion is there? I mean, obviously we can come up with a simple answer. It's like, oh, well, humans kind of just needed a placeholder or kind of just, you know, did this or did that or had some sort of like crazy experience and then came to that conclusion. Yes. I mean, humans in general are very creative and very like, which come up with their own ideas tons of times. Why exactly why we have art or, you know, movies or stuff like that. But I mean, like, just to say that is like the only reason as to why humanity has created religion in general as like a integral part of our society is just like, I feel like that's a very empty clause or a very empty like opinionated statement.
I mean, look, I'm not a neuroscientist and nobody on this panel is, nor am I an evolutionary biologist.
And neither am I.
But it seems like there are at least plausible explanations, both from neurobiology and like evolutionary biology and psychology, that can explain kind of the features that we see across human religious and spiritual traditions. It doesn't seem like it's that far-fetched, considering that we are problem-solving machines, right? That's what our brains are, dare I say it, designed for. We're designed to solve problems, right? And when we run into a problem that we don't know how to solve, well, our brain is like, solve the problem, solve the problem. And then we invent a solution because we don't know what the solution is. That seems plausible, at least.
But I mean, I feel like the same argument can be said, or at least plausible, at least to a certain degree, that maybe there is something divine out there that somehow inspired these people to believe in such a wacky story in the beginning. Yes, there's holes in it, and yes, it doesn't really make sense, but I don't know. Have like invented all these different religions for itself to believe in a fallacy just because we didn't understand something or we couldn't wrap our understanding around something.
That could be a reasonable explanation if it were the case that all cultures across space and time shared commonalities in their religious or spiritual traditions. But try comparing the spiritual traditions of the Australian indigenous people known as the Aboriginals to, I don't know, the Roman pantheon, and you'll find nothing in common. So if there indeed was some divine thing that was the origin story of all of these religious and spiritual traditions, you would expect to see like a common thread somewhere, in the same way that we find amongst many languages, you know, in the Middle East and in Europe and at least in parts of North Africa, we find kind of a common tradition of, not a common tradition, a common thread that we call Proto-Indo-European. We can kind of trace all of those things back to like one source. It doesn't seem like we can do that with religious or spiritual traditions.
I don't really think there necessarily needs to be a commonality between religion in order to like at least give.
Well, then it can't be one divine thing.
Well, I'm not necessarily saying it should be one divine thing. I'm just saying for all religion in general, there has to be some sort of, at least a chance of some sort of divine inspiration, at least for these ideas to have come about in some shape, way, or form. I mean, again, I'm not a psychologist. But again,
all that's really required for like religious beliefs to really occur, there's something in our brain called hyperagency detection. You know, a deer stands in the field. It hears a rustling in the bushes. It could assume it's the wind, or it could assume it's a predator. It's always safer to assume it's a predator, even when it's not. Millions of years of evolution of this occurring, and like Homo sapiens, for example, have have a super high hyperagency detection. So we're always detecting agents to be present, even when they're not. And this is ultimately what began our road toward believing in spirits, invisible agents who are responsible for actions around us in nature.
All right. But all right. It's definitely a very educational little bit here. I really enjoyed this. I will have to take my my leave here though, but I will just say this before I go. Um, I am not at all religious. I kind of lied coming in here saying that I was. Uh, it is very, very difficult to fight on the side or at least argue on the side of religion. Like, my God, I was like struggling this entire time. I thank you guys so much for your guys' time and have a wonderful rest of your day.
Absolutely. Well, I'm glad they were very nice and cordial.
Yeah, but that shit annoys me.
It annoys me so much.
Well, I'm used to I'm very used to people just absolutely going banana bonkers in my life. So it's a nice
I
change
would
of pace.
rather have that than a devil's advocate.
Like, you could just call and say you have an office hours question and then ask all those same questions. It gets a little frustrating.
Yep.
I'm just gonna be for real.
Me too.
219-327-8005. It seems like Christians are just terrified today to call in and debate us.
Of course they are. Have you seen us? We're so handsome.
Literally. But we're gonna bring up Fluffy from Scotland, who has a problem with us calling astrology space racism. So here we go. Fluffy from Scotland. Fluffy, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns. Hello, Fluffy. Fluffy, are you there? Hello.
Sorry, you hear me now?
Yes, we hear you now.
No, sorry, I was muted for a second there. That's my bad. 26 and they, them, if I prefer.
No problem, Fluffy. Now, Fluffy, you wanted to talk to us about our take on astrology. Is that correct?
Specifically, I've always wanted to bother you about it, Jovan, but if Bible guy, sorry, I'm bad with names. What's your name, sorry?
Dalton.
Dalton. Okay, thank you. And what's the cutie on the left?
Oh, I'm a cutie? You can call me Dr. Blitz.
You are adorable. Apologies to your wife.
So sweet. I'll have to tell my wife that
I think
somebody
his
thinks
wife
I'm cute on
knows.
the internet. I think she might appreciate it, because then it's like, I got him. He's all mine. Anyway.
Oh, I'll have you. No, sorry. Sorry, I need to start watching the stream because it's off kilter, so I can't. You're all off by 30 seconds. Yes,
Oh,
no,
yeah.
sorry. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Yes, no, Dalton, you say. Because I've wanted to debate Jovan for a long time about astrology.
You mean space
It was
racism?
Dalton that called me out, so I'm here for you, Dalton, today.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when we start making judgment calls on people based on what month they were born on in relation to stars, which are light years away, yeah, I got a problem with that.
100% fair. I agree. I took up a lot of time with your call-in screener, so I don't mean to right now. I just have 2 questions.
Yep, go ahead.
Oh, drat.
Can you hear us,
Sorry, I've
Fluffy?
always wanted to go. Yeah, no, I hear you fine.
Oh,
You hear
okay.
me fine?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, no, sorry. I'm just genuinely. I love Jovan so much.
Love you too,
No,
Fluffy.
sorry. Oh my god, thank you so much. Gender affirming and everything. No.
do you think it matters whether you're born on a dark month or a light month? Because that's my main go-to.
This sounds like space racism.
Whoa! Are they dark
sounds
months or
like
light months?
No, because
Crazy.
I was born in October, so I was born on a dark month. Developmental years. Do you think
What
developmental
makes-
years?
Wait, what
Do you
makes it?
think
I don't know what makes it dark. What makes it dark?
in October the sun goes down earlier? Do you think it matters?
Oh.
Yeah, no, sorry. I went to my second question first. I'm so sorry. I'm a little bit nervous.
Oh man, that's good. I was just confused because I'd never heard of dark months. I didn't know you just meant months where it gets darker earlier.
Man, even
Yes,
the months
no,
can't catch a break.
No, specifically, I should be listening to this show in the call-in studio because it's so much earlier.
You should be. I don't.
Yeah.
You should. You definitely should not be listening to it. In the like back through the thing. Absolutely, just listen to from Call-in Studio.
Aye, specifically, it's so much faster. You're all off on the phone right now. I'm trying to not look at it. No. Do you think that developmental years matter in children?
Yes.
Do you think that if they're raised in darker months, e.g., October, where the sun sets earlier, full stop.
Was there an end to that question, Fluffy?
I did put a full stop to that. Yeah, no.
Oh, okay. Like, does it?
You were
No, I
going to
don't think what month they're. I don't think it matters because, like, I mean, there are some places in the world where they don't see the sun for like weeks and they still do just fine.
Oh, well, then astrology is just different there, isn't it?
I don't think astrology would be different there.
No, but
So what's
Okay,
interesting
no,
is
I
that
agree.
there are some correlations, at least some tenuous correlations between and this is like I say it's contentious. Like there are it's probably not contentious, but it is a small effect. That there are correlations between personalities, some personality features or perhaps some mental conditions and birth month related to for example, the amount of like the levels of serotonin and the levels of dopamine that's present in the mother's body during the gestation period. But these are very, very small effects.
Do you mean
and
like sun
they're
and
not very
moon?
well confirmed. No, what I mean is so one of the things that's known, and I mean hopefully we all know this, is that the way that we produce vitamin C, is it vitamin C or vitamin D? One of these vitamins is related to our or our body's ability to get access to sunlight, right? And so if you have less access to sunlight, I think it's vitamin D, then you're going to produce less of that, and that can affect your mood, it can affect various neurotransmitters and so on. This is why things like seasonal affective disorder is a thing, right? Seasonal affective disorder isn't just psychology, there's something happening in your brain there. And so if you're pregnant, if you're gestating during a certain period of time where you have a difference in your difference away from what would be considered typical neurotransmitter levels, or perhaps you have elevated one thing or lower of something else, that could in principle affect the fetus that you're growing. And so there is at least some causative mechanism there, but it's not clear at all that this has anything to do with the stars, right?
No, I agree. It's not about the stars. I don't agree about the stars. Stars can go hell. I think it's about the sun and the moon. Like every now and again,
Well, as
you get
far
the
as I know,
sun.
it doesn't have anything to do with the moon. It's literally like if there is an effect, the effect is merely due to the fact that in winter months you have less access to sunlight, and so your neurochemistry is going to be different. But keep in mind, what this means is that it's not about the month, because in summer in the northern hemisphere, it is winter in the southern hemisphere. So it's not like June babies are this way. It's June northern hemisphere babies are this way, right?
I am a little bit mad that you're right now.
And keep in mind, again, this is a small effect. It's in fact, it's not even agreed upon universally that the effect exists at all. But there have been some studies, which, you know, I'm not a psychologist, so I'm not equipped to go ahead and evaluate the methodological validity of these studies. But there have been some studies that show that there is this small effect.
Yeah, no, that was my main point. That depending on the month, the sun will go down earlier, so you're gonna have less sunlight, so you're gonna be a bit like me. I'm a bit morbid. I'm a bit into my slashers, a little bit into horrors.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if it's that specific, right? I don't
Right?
think it's.
Because
No,
is February
yeah, no,
is
you're
February
sounding right.
is February a dark month?
Yep.
I don't like slashers. I don't like horror films in general. And
I don't like that Black History Month is a dark month. I'm not gonna hold you.
Jovan, please, no. I love you more than anything. Don't you call me out.
But I don't like slashers, and I'm not morbid. I'm pretty chipper.
You are lovely. Yeah, no, I think.
Yeah, I don't know if there was anything else to cover.
No, I think you've already covered that I'm wrong. I was so excited. I was so confident.
All right, well, this has been a
No,
good
no,
call,
but-
Fluffy.
It's been interesting.
No, yeah, no. I was just thinking that, you know, the sun affected the blah-de-blah-de-blah. Thank you for your help. But may I say, Holy Trinity going on right now.
Oh, true.
Got him.
Thank you.
Oh well, thank you.
Thank you, Fluffy.
I was finally happy to call into Jovan. Also the cute one and the hot one.
I feel
I
objectified.
won't tell you who's who.
I love being objectified.
Well,
so-
I'm clearly not one of them. Goodbye, Fluffy.
Don't
Gosh.
you even
I mean, we weren't talking
Jovan,
about
you were
space
literally
racism.
one of them. Don't
No, you
even-
said, I'm glad I got to call into Jovan and the cute one and the hot one. So I was separated,
Okay.
Fluffy. No, Fluffy. I get it. I understand. Okay? No, I'm just kidding.
Jovan.
Thank
Yeah,
you
no,
for
you're fine.
thank you for calling, Fluffy. You
You're
have a good
lovely.
rest of your day.
I love you all. Thank you. Enjoy your night.
I love being a little stinker. We got some actual debates coming up here, guys. There we go.
Let's
We got
go.
some actual debates. Let us roll the dice on
Oh, I
what
could
we
take
got
another-
going here.
I could take another hour of being glazed. It's all good.
Coming up next to stream is Trisha from California to talk about God being real. Trisha, if you can hear me, could you please provide me with your age and your pronouns?
Hey, I'm here. I'm 34, she, her. I'm a trans woman from California.
All right. Now, Trisha, you are calling about topic number 1, so that means you kind of get your pick on which of it. Well, I guess we'll get to pick which one of us starts. But Trisha, none of us believe God is real. If you do, tell us your stance. Let's get into it.
Yeah, I only have my 2 cents. I grew up evangelical. I don't consider myself evangelical anymore. I think that it's easier to be a theist than an atheist. I credit my belief in God more to like the divine experience. But yeah, I don't think this is a cosmic coincidence. I think there's a lot of order and balance in the universe. But yeah, it's not something I can pull evidence out of my pocket and show you, hey, God is real. But those are some of my thoughts.
I think mostly this is for Blitz, but I will say that I think it's a lot easier to be an atheist to just simply actively lack a belief in something is a lot easier than holding a belief in something. But order in the universe, that's a Blitz thing for sure.
I just don't know how we say how orderly the universe is, right? I mean,
Well, I mean, there's molecules that hold our bodies together. There's gravity that keeps us attached to this planet. There's no
But how
other
orderly is that? Why is that?
earthly
Why would we say that
body
that's orderly rather
like.
than not orderly?
Yeah. Like, Blitz, would you say that it would be
Well,
accurate
I
to
mean,
describe the universe as it exists now as
that's
kind of like a snow globe that we shook up, and currently we're just in the up phase, and eventually we're gonna go down to the down phase. Like everything's together right now, but
That's a
everything's
good
gonna fall.
analogy.
But everything's gonna fall apart eventually.
It's a good analogy. I mean, it depends on what's going to happen in the
well.
future, of course, but it's a good analogy.
I think that the Earth is an incredibly special place. There's no other planet that we've observed like it, and it has a lot of order. That's why I use that word, I guess. But that's
Well,
kind of
when you
more
say the Earth has
semantic than
order,
anything.
so let's talk about Earth, right? Suppose that you got rid of all of the life on Earth. In what way would it be orderly? Like, what makes the Earth special?
I don't know how to answer that question because our Earth is full of life. That's what
Well,
makes
what
it
I mean
so
is
different
are
than
you
the
are you
rest of the
saying that
universe.
are you saying that Earth is special because of the life on it, or are you saying that Earth as a planet on its own, without like disregarding the life, is also special?
I think in numerous ways, Earth is special. It's the only planet with an atmosphere that sustains life. We have day and night cycles.
I mean,
We
every
have,
planet is going to have day and night cycles.
well, I mean that life on Earth adheres to. There seems to be a
So
lot of balance and order on this planet.
it seems like do you know who Douglas Adams is?
I don't.
Douglas Adams is a hilarious author, recently died. Well, not that recently. He wrote The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. But he also is
Hmm.
famous for a particular quote, or, an analogy, if you will. It's often referred to as like the puddle analogy, and I'm going to butcher it, of course. But the idea is something like, imagine yourself as a sentient puddle, right? You might say that the hole that you find yourself in, which is a very funny thing to say, the hole that you find yourself in is just perfectly fit for you. It's so orderly. I mean, it's just conforming perfectly to your shape. But little do you know, it is not the hole that is conforming to you, it is you that is conforming to the hole. The purpose of the analogy is to convey that life on Earth is not being it is not surprising that Earth somehow fits perfectly with life. Rather,
Can I ask you a question?
sure, one sec. Let me
Do
just finish
you?
the point.
Okay,
All
go
I
ahead.
would say is that, of course, life on Earth is going to be perfectly adapted for life on Earth. If it wasn't, it wouldn't be surviving. Anyway, go
I
ahead.
don't disagree. Do you think that Earth is a more special place than anywhere else in the universe?
Not really.
Like
I mean, it's
we've
probably
we've barely
unlikely.
we've barely looked.
Yeah, there is something to be said that
That's
we've
just
discovered something like 6,000 planets,
The Earth is special because
exoplanets.
my
sure.
Pokemon cards are here.
That's true. And
Yeah,
we've only
like again, I
checked
don't.
like 3 places for life, by the way, and one of them has life.
There are like
Mhm.
billions of stars just in the Milky Way galaxy, and every star,
Mhm.
or at least many of them, are going to have their own planets. It's to say that the Earth is unique. I mean, we've basically done the equivalent of taking a glass and dipping it into the ocean and saying, "Yeah, no whales here." Like we've barely even scratched the surface of what the universe is.
Well,
As
I
far as we
think it's
know,
a matter
the
of
Earth could be.
perspective, and I'm not here to argue that um, Earth is more special or not. I see it that way. I think a lot of other people do. I think again, I do believe it's easier to be a theist than an atheist. Theism definitely grants us some context, some
Can I say something that
origin.
might be interpreted as a little mean, but like I think the
Of
reason
course,
it's easier to be a theist than an atheist is because you can just believe in not like theists can just believe in nonsense. They can believe stories,
sure,
fantastical stories
sure.
that have no logical grounding, and they can just go, "Well, God did it."
I don't disagree. I absolutely don't. And yeah, there's an element of faith in the unseen, right? And that's what a lot of people talk about. But I mean, for centuries, more people have been theists than atheists. And that doesn't make theism true or
I
anything.
disagree with that.
Yeah, humans have been around for 200,000, like modernly anatomical. Homo sapiens have been around for 200,000 years. Religion has probably only been around for like tens of thousands of years. So for the majority of our species history, we have not been theists.
Well,
And
I mean,
arguably,
ancient
theism has only
civilizations
been around for
worshipped
like
gods.
maybe 3,000 years.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I find it hard to believe that more people would be atheists than theists. I'll say that.
But
It
you have to
seems
remember, like
that
all
cultures-
religion has been throughout most of history is worshiping a thing that appeared more powerful than you that you didn't understand. I mean, how many societies worshipped the sun because they just didn't know how the sun worked? So like,
yeah,
like sure, but I think like we're gonna talk about modern theism, like an omni-property being that purposefully created the universe. That's very new.
Well, I mean, there are origin myths in many, like spiritualities. Ancient civilizations, ancient cultures have lots of origin myths, deities, stuff like that. I'm not here to prove which of these like right. I just think it's more likely than unlikely that there is a creator or some kind of cosmic force. I'm not saying it's the God of the Bible. I'm not saying it's Yahweh. I'm not.
But what are you
saying it
basing
isn't.
that off of, Trisha? Like when you say that I believe there is a creator, what are you basing that off of?
Well, I guess personally, I believe in prayer. I believe in this is a little woo-woo, but like manifestation, intentions, vibrations. You ever think of somebody and then your phone lights up and they just texted you, or you had a missed call from them or something like that?
Sure,
There's
but
like
that happened to me last night. But also, I statistically think about this person a lot.
consciousness, like something that we're tapped into. People meditate. They have experiences. And again, this is not me pulling evidence out of my pocket showing you there's a God, blah, blah, blah. It's not that, but that's more my experiential proof for myself, I suppose. I think that thoughts and prayers are like the same thing,
Two weeks ago, I had a woman come onto my show and prayed that my eyes would be healed because I wear glasses, and
No, you
nothing. Wait.
There you go. Much better.
And to this day, I am still very much in need of them. It seems that when we take a look at how often prayer is answered, it happens at the same rate as like pure chance. Like you're just as likely to get a yes from an 8-ball as you are to get from God, it would seem.
I'd also say
Who knows,
most people's
right?
prayers go unanswered, right? Like more people die of cancer than are saved, and those people prayed too.
Yeah. And growing up in evangelical, I think people would probably say, well, that's just like not what the Lord's will is or whatever, but I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. I don't know why everything happens the way it does. Can I ask you guys something? Have you ever done psychedelics?
No, I mean, I'll tell you this, it's on my bucket list, but I also do recognize that that's just like I don't trust my brain to accurately tell me anything about the universe when it's being chemically affected.
Well, it's hard for me to paint a picture if you haven't done it before, but I'm not saying like go do a bunch of mushrooms and believe the first thing that you think or whatever, but there's this shift that happens to your consciousness, and it's pretty enlightening.
I've got a friend, her name's Cam. She's done shrooms, and she's still an atheist. and she's had a trip,
Mm-hmm.
but like because of the way she understands the brain works, she understands that this is again just the brain showing you and tricking you into seeing things that aren't necessarily true and real and are not reflecting reality. So I don't feel like even once I do get around to doing something like this, I don't think it's going to change my perception on God because I understand how it works.
And I'm not saying it will, but psychedelics have been used in like spiritual ceremonies for centuries.
Sure.
That should not be
They're a
surprising,
tool.
considering
They're
that
a medicine.
they adjust your I mean, they alter your brain states, right? And so if you have this predisposition to some sort of spiritual thinking, and then you take a substance and it confirms that spiritual thinking, of course you're going to associate the things. But it doesn't mean that the spiritual thinking was correct or that the substance enlightened you at all.
It could do, but I don't know. There's use and there's abuse, and I'm not saying it's going to make you see God or believe in God, but it's profound. I recommend it.
I mean, personally, I just think if I'm seeing God while my brain is in an altered state, then I didn't really see God. I hallucinated.
Well, you need to try it, my friend.
But it's legitimately just a hallucination. I'm seeing something that's not there.
It's hard for me to
describe
it.
If God is real, it shouldn't take psychogenics for me to see him. He should just appear.
My thoughts on that are deep. I think it's there. I believe in the divine. Like I said, I don't necessarily believe in Yahweh, but I believe that there's a lot of stuff that's unseen, and our minds and our bodies and our soul are connected. They're like next door neighbors. And psychedelics I only bring up because they kind of help us shift our consciousness and tap into the unseen stuff. And again, I
don't deny that like psychedelics cause people to see things, or they do. Like, I don't deny any of this, but it's your brain is being altered to see these things. You're not seeing anything that's actually there.
Sure, but there are ways to through breathing. I don't know if you've ever tried breath work before, but breathing and meditation that will shift your consciousness in the same way that some psychedelics will.
Again, that's just your brain being affected, though.
Yep. Well, again, if you don't believe we have a soul, then, there's really nothing I can do to sell you on these kinds of experiences. Like, again, I believe the mind, body, and soul are connected, and that's not a new belief.
I think the soul is probably the most dead concept in all of philosophy. Like, there isn't anything that we once thought the soul did that we don't understand that the brain does.
Have you ever had a near-death experience?
No, but a near-death experience isn't a death experience. It is your brain being starved of oxygen and being flooded with all kinds of chemicals. Again, this just goes back to the brain. There's no instances of a person who's actually brain dead coming back and telling us anything.
Sure. But people have near-death experiences. I've had two, and people report a lot of meaningful stuff, a lot of pretty gnarly.
They do that when they're asleep too, but that doesn't mean I believe their dreams.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, again, I think there's something to them. If you don't want to believe in God, you won't, and if you do, then you will.
Well, it's not really a matter of want. Like, beliefs aren't based on choices. Beliefs are not choices. You're either convinced that something is true, in which case you will believe, or you're not convinced, in which case you won't believe. But I'm not convinced, so I don't believe.
I think it's that way on purpose.
It seems like this is based on vibes, though, and I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't form beliefs on our vibes.
Dalton, are you doing that to fuck with me?
It's not vibes. It's experiences, actually.
Hold on, everybody stop. Trisha, you got to stop for a second. You got to stop for a second. I'm sorry. Are you doing that to fuck with me or not? Am I going crazy, Dalton?
Did someone put something?
Okay, he is. Jesus Christ, fuck you.
Sorry, I'm a ghost. Anyways.
Okay, continue, Trisha. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. I actually have to get running, but I appreciate you guys, and I'm a fan of the show, and I'm a deep thinker. I'm a spiritual person, and again, there's nothing that I can pull out of your pocket and say, hey, God is real or anything like that. I do think God is pretty difficult to disprove. I think it kind of works both ways. That's my take. I know that I've been affected by religion in a pretty negative way. I think religion has been weaponized and used
Well,
to.
you should look into RFR, Recovering from Religion. If you haven't yet, they are a
I'm pretty good.
nonprofit organization.
I'm pretty recovered.
Okay,
I appreciate that. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I'm in a pretty good place with it all. But I just thought I would call in and give my food for thought. That's all.
Okay.
But thanks for having me.
Sure thing. Thank you for calling, Trisha.
Yep.
Did a little plug for RFR. That fucked with me so hard, bro.
I was doing
pretty
it.
good.
I was doing it so suddenly and saying like, how long does it take before someone knows I'm see through?
Yeah, I looked and then you like were not again. So it's like, oh, maybe his camera's just glitching. Now you're orange or like yellow, or you've jaundice right now.
Yeah.
What did you change?
Nothing. Anyways, we're the Avengers, right? Anyways,
wait, it's actually kind of funny. Now I wish we all had costumes.
All right, we have a few people in the queue. Who do you guys want to bring up next?
I'm going to take the one for you next, Split, so that you have one specifically for you.
Okay. I feel like I've been talking plenty.
This is how I'm going to get rid of callers for the rest of the stream.
Lovely.
All right.
Coming up
honestly,
next.
I kind of wanted to say 12.
Oh, we'll do 12. We can do 12. Coming up next is, by the way, we will get to every call in the queue.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Yeah. We'll get to every call in the queue, but we're going to jump around a little bit. Coming up next is Tyler calling from Florida. Tyler from Florida calling to talk about God being real. Tyler, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
31.
And the answer to the second question I asked.
Well, you can hear my voice. I'm a man.
I'm going to tell you, Tyler, it's not the route you want to go with that. Can you just tell me what your pronouns are, please?
Man.
Man would not be a pronoun. It would be a noun.
Okay, well, I'm a he.
There you go.
There you go. Helpful.
Got there.
Now, Tyler, none of us here believe God is real. I assume you believe God is real and that you're going to tell me why. So tell us why God is real, Tyler.
Well, because, he exists in my life. He answers my prayers, and he guides me. But, belief is a choice. You either choose to believe or you choose to not believe. And if you choose to believe, you will see. If you choose to not believe, you don't see.
Here, I don't believe that beliefs are choices, but there is a way that you can absolutely prove me wrong 100% right now, Tyler. I want you to choose to believe that you are on fire and receiving third-degree burns.
That's
I have an even better one. I have an even better one, Tyler. Can you what religion do you follow?
Well, I'm not
he's Shinto. I'm sure he's Shinto.
Religious person. I'm not a religious person. No.
Okay, but you told the call-in screener that you know that the Christian God is real.
So that was a lie.
Well, the Bible isn't a religious book.
It is.
So I mean,
definitionally it is.
It's a guide to life. You're saying
basic instructions before leaving Earth, right? Yeah.
Sure, it's still a religious book. Those are not mutually exclusive propositions, dude. It's both.
You can. Well, I mean, the Bible isn't a religious book.
It is by definition.
Book of life.
Does the book?
I'm not a Christian. I'm just a follower of Christ. Okay, we've heard this a million times.
Yeah.
You're Christian. It's easy.
Wasn't the Book of Life that one animated movie?
Yeah, but you're associating Christ to religion.
Yeah, Christ associated himself to religion by claiming that he was the son of a god.
Jesus was extremely religious.
No, he started a church.
Churches
which
are
is a
religious
You didn't start a
institutions.
religion.
Yes.
No, church is different. A church is a house, not a religion.
No, a house is a
No.
house.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Words
you
never
got
mean
to
words.
prove that he's not real.
So religion
You're
is an
stating he isn't
organized.
real.
No, the default position is that things don't exist until you demonstrate they do exist. But religion is an organized system of beliefs. Do you have beliefs?
Yeah, but like
You have
God
practices,
existed before religion.
rituals,
and
and
made religion.
worldviews that connect humanity to spiritual, supernatural,
And spaghetti
or
sauce
transcendent
existed before spaghetti. What are we talking? What?
Yeah.
That?
I mean, like you.
I think that's
Sauce
true.
came first, and then it became spaghetti sauce.
Oh.
Yeah, but he
Yeah.
existed before religion. Did a tree exist before religion? Yes.
Actually, I don't think that Yahweh existed before religions. I have no evidence.
Dalton,
of
your
that.
camera froze, so
he's
you
not
should
Yahweh.
turn your. There you go.
Mm-mm.
You're back.
So the Yahweh thing, that's not his name. That's a
It is.
lie. His name isn't Yahweh. No,
Yeah,
it isn't.
that's
Did you read
the
your own
consensus.
book or no?
Can you spell
No,
Yahweh
there's
for
a lot
me?
of the set. His name isn't Yahweh.
Can you spell
He
the
never gave us his
tetragrammaton?
name.
Can you spell the tetragrammaton for me?
Yeah, I know what the tetragrammaton is. That's a demonic symbol. The god of the
Who the-
tree,
who the-
the
what
one
it
who
is.
made everything,
The,
isn't
the
Yahweh.
tetragrammaton, but the tetragrammaton, which means the four-letter name of God, which is found over almost 7,000 times in the Old Testament, when it says the Lord in all capital letters, in Hebrew Yud Hey Wah Hey, that's the tetragrammaton.
I know
Who the what?
that's a deception going on right now. The lie.
So this guy doesn't. So you don't
He
believe
never
in
gave
Tyler-
us his name.
Tyler,
Jesus
is Jesus
Christ.
God?
Jesus is the Son of God.
How do you prove that Jesus is the Son of God?
I can't. That's where belief comes in.
Okay,
Why
so
it's
we
a
win.
choice.
Okay, so
We
why
win.
should we believe it?
But you don't have to. I'm just saying you're making a statement saying he isn't real, which discounts my existence.
It's
But
the
you,
default position.
It's
Tyler.
an opinion.
It's the default position, Tyler.
There's a difference between an opinion and a stance. An opinion is like
Yeah, and you're making
pineapple on pizza is an abomination. That's
Which
an
would be
opinion.
Which would be a false opinion.
Yeah, sure. A stance is something like I think that X is true, or I think that Y is false. A stance and an opinion are distinct categories
And
of
you
things.
think-
Now, there's overlap, of course, but to say that that's just an opinion, okay, 2 + 2 = 4 is an opinion.
It is.
It doesn't make it less
You
true.
think God isn't real. You
Yeah,
think
I
he's
also,
not real.
Like I also
Not-
think 2 + 2 = 4.
Yeah, but you're stating it like it's fact.
I'm also
It's a
stating 2 + 2 = 4 like a fact.
It is a fact that no one has been able to demonstrate God's existence to me, so therefore the only logical thing to do
Because
would be withhold a belief
you're wanting
in that
proof.
God. I want evidence,
You
not proof.
won't get
Proof is something you
proof.
do in mathematics. I want something that
Then
raises
you're
the
always going to be in unbelief.
I want something that you can
That's where
give me
faith
that would
comes in.
raise the likelihood that Christianity is true.
How do you handle, Tyler, all the stuff Christianity lies about?
What do they lie about?
Christianity lied about the flood. They lied about the Exodus. They lied about most of the
The
things they claim
creation
happened in
story.
there. The creation story is a
about-
lie.
No, you
The
say
Bible
they
lied
lied about it.
No,
I say they don't.
Oh,
No,
the
It's where
authors of the New
50-50.
Testament. That's actually really good. The authors of the New Testament actually lie about what the Old Testament says. So why should I accept the New Testament as being true?
Tyler out here doing dishes.
Well, that's where belief
love
is
a
a
man who
choice. You
does
choose to believe
labor.
it or you choose to not.
No, I don't choose to believe anything. I'm either convinced or I'm not convinced.
Exactly.
In which case I will believe or not believe. And again, you can prove to me that I'm wrong right now by choosing to believe that you are on fire and receiving third-degree burns. Do that, and you will convince me.
I can't prove it to you. That's not how it works.
No,
you
you could.
faith and belief based.
No. You can prove
No,
it to
you
me right
can't.
now by demonstrating that you think you're on fire right now.
Well, I'm not on fire, so I can't prove that to you.
But you can believe that you are. If beliefs are choices, then just believe that you're on fire and receiving third-degree burns. Your reaction
you
will tell me if you truly believe.
Why don't you believe in the God of the Quran?
Oh, that's Satan. That's the devil, dude. The Quran.
What?
Oh, don't get me started on that. Those people going around that black cube is the same thing.
My dude has never read a book.
Let me just. So the Quran, specifically in one passage of the Quran, it tells people of the Islamic faith that they may own slaves from other nations, that they may.
Oh no, that's not of God though.
Hold on. Just yes, no. This is a God command in the Quran. God's literally saying that they may own. He said it to a prophet in the Quran that they may own slaves. They may own those slaves for life, and they may pass those slaves down to their children to be inherited property for life. You would say that's like really bad, right? That the Quran says this, and that's like an evil thing in the Quran.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
The Quran also, God also commanded one of the prophets in the Quran to go and slaughter people of an entire race. God had them kill all of the babies, anything that breeds that weren't virgin girls.
Can I ask you something?
And then hold on in a second. Yeah. God in the Quran, he had this prophet kill all the people in one race except for the virgin girls, which he gave as sex slaves to like all of his people. You'd say that was evil in the Quran,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Everything in the Quran is evil.
Okay, and so then the last thing in the Quran, God specifically like kills everybody on the planet. It's this really weird story in the Quran. God kills everybody on the planet because they were like having sex with in the Quran they're having sex with like these angelic beings and creating offsprings. Would you say this was wrong of God in the Quran as well?
Angelic beings having sex with the humans?
Yeah.
Well, those were rebellious angels that fell from heaven.
Well, this is the Quran we're talking about. I just want to know if like God killing everybody because of that was evil or not.
Well, I mean, if you were the creator of a world and nobody can tell you what to do with the world,
that's not evil in the Quran.
Fine.
It's not. That one's okay.
That one's fine. Right.
But the other two were evil.
Well, that's not from the Quran. Stole a lot of stuff from the Bible.
So when the
you're saying
Quran
that the Bible's
says
evil?
Yeah, so when the Quran
if
says
the
you
evil
can
stuff
own
was
slaves,
stolen.
yeah, you said that was
I mean-
evil. When the Quran said that when God said in the Quran you could own slaves, but that is from the Bible. You're correct. So the Bible,
God
God's
is a
evil in the
title.
Bible.
The God of the Quran and the God of the Bible are two different things.
Except
the God in the Quran isn't the same.
Except the
Definitely
Old
not.
Testament
It's
is
not
in
the
the
same.
Quran, and it is quite literally the same guy.
Is the
No,
God
the
of
Quran-
is the God you worship the God that was worshipped by Abraham?
Yeah, I mean, like,
Is the God of the
he's
Quran the God
God.
worshipped by is the God of the Quran worshipped by Abraham?
no, the God of Quran is Satan. a different
Incorrect.
dude. Muhammad stole a bunch of stuff.
Incorrect. In the Quran, Allah is worshipped by Abraham. By the way, Allah is just an Arabic word that means
Do you know
God.
about the Kabbalah Jews? Do you know what Kabbalism is?
Yeah,
You ever hear of
Kabbalism
that?
has nothing.
I have
Kabbalism
a
is
feeling that
nothing-
you don't.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
You ready for this?
You know,
You ready for
Kabbalism
this?
isn't
Okay.
about. Wait.
Why
Kabbalism isn't
don't you
isn't
tell us
about.
about something from the Talmud that's completely unrelated?
Yeah.
No,
Go ahead, tell us
Hear
about
me
it.
out. Look, listen. Okay. So, you know the thing the Muslims walk around, right? Kaaba?
Muslims.
You know how they worship?
We're talking
Yeah,
about Muslims.
yeah.
Why are we talking about Why are we talking about Muslims right now? If we're going to talk about Kabbalah,
Let me finish.
you're talking about that's called
So-
the Kaaba.
Yeah. Okay. So Kaaba. Now you
Jesus
got Baal, right? Baal.
Oh
then you
my
got Allah. Kabbalah.
No.
Yes.
Kabbalah's big game hunting?
No, Kabbalah.
No,
Kabbalah
the-
is a Hebrew word which means reveal. It has nothing to do with the Kaaba
Yeah.
and
Ka-
and Baal
Baal,
and Allah.
Allah.
In Hebrew,
Yeah,
it's not
Kabbalah.
That's not accurate. That's a false etymology. You're just making shit up. You read
Those are
something
crazy.
on the
No, I'm
internet.
not. It's Kabbalah.
You read something on the internet. You thought it sounded smart, and then you just believed it. And now everyone else is laughing at you because that's not the etymology of the word Kabbalah. Kabbalah is a Hebrew
I mean,
word.
I don't care if you laugh at me. It
Kabbalah
doesn't
is a
matter. You're
Hebrew
choosing
word.
to not believe.
Kabbalah is a Hebrew word. It's something believed by
Yeah,
Jewish
Kaaba.
people.
Kabbalah. Kaaba. Allah.
Do you know
get it?
that? Hush. Do you know that Kabbalah
You
is
get
something
it?
that was practiced by Jews and not by Muslims, right?
No,
Yeah,
he doesn't.
those
He
Jews
doesn't know the
don't.
difference between
Those
Jewish
Jews,
people and
those
Muslims.
Jews don't believe in God. Dude, those
The
Jews
Jewish
worship
people
Satan.
don't. Wait. Have you even read? Okay, what holy text talks about the Kabbalah?
None. That's what I'm saying. Kaaba,
The Zohar.
Allah, Kabbalah,
The
Kaaba, and
Zohar.
Allah.
The Zohar is the book that talks about Kabbalah, and it mentions God throughout the text. You really
Yeah,
should
there's a
refrain.
Satanist. There's,
You should really refrain from talking about things you don't know anything about on the internet.
oh, I know plenty, man. You
don't know
keep
anything.
cutting me off.
You don't
Do
know
you,
Yeah, I
anything.
do.
You're definitely
But do
sounding
you?
like
You
you're
don't
talking
even
out
believe
your
in
ass.
God, so how do you know stuff?
I know that I
You
know
read
this
the
stuff because I've
books.
actually read this stuff. I've done the research. I didn't just go online and read something someone told me and then just repeated it. I actually did the research. I've read
Yeah,
the
I do that
Zohar.
too. I go online and read stuff too. But
You didn't even
you're
know.
the one
You
who
didn't even
doesn't
know
believe.
about.
Yet you're saying
You
I'm
didn't even
wrong.
know about. You didn't even know what the Tetragrammaton was.
I do know what the Tetragrammaton is. It's
You're
a
not even
satanic
saying it
symbol.
right.
Tetragrammatron is
I
a transformer.
I'm at the gym.
Let's be clear.
I'm at the gym picking up weights. I'm a little, I'm a little out of breath because I'm picking
And
up
you can't
weights.
walk and chew gum at the same time. I get it. So
Totally
I think
normal
what we
for
do.
I mean, I'm not
them
insulting you. You're
5-pound weights
insulting.
must be tough.
To be
What we-
clear,
You're
your entire
insulting me. I'm not
ideology is
insulting you.
your entire ideology is essentially racist, Islamophobic, and anti-Semitic. So, like, I'm
What
not
is
surprised that
racism?
you're getting insulted. Well, considering
Define
that you
racism.
just define racism, I mean,
Yeah,
we
what
could
is
talk
it?
about like
prejudice
bigotry
against
plus
someone because of
power.
their race.
Man, I miss the days where
is
trolls used to be
criticizing people
believable.
racist?
Yeah.
Is
Criticizing an entire
critiquing
people
somebody
group,
racist?
yeah, that is like at least
Yeah.
bigoted, prejudiced, and perhaps racist.
No, it isn't.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's saying someone's stealing, is that racist? Is
Well,
stealing
you're
bad?
not you're
Is
not
that racist to
criticizing an
say?
individual. You're criticizing an entire group of people.
Fucking what?
Okay, so
You
is people
understand the
worshiping
difference?
Satan?
No, of course he
Is,
doesn't
is
understand
people
the
worshiping
difference.
Satan bad?
Well,
Is people
considering
worshiping
that,
Satan
like,
bad?
considering that Muslims, Jews, and Christians, none of them worship Satan.
Yeah,
Accusing
they do.
them of doing so is
Muslims
bad.
do. No, I
They
got
don't.
proof of it.
Oh, yeah,
Muslims
proof
actually-
of it. Oh, I want to see this.
Muslims actually hate Satan, and Satan's a bad character in the Quran. You would know
Homie,
that
then
if
why
you
does
actually read it.
Muhammad contradict Jesus?
Homie didn't know that Muhammad didn't contradict Jesus.
Yes, he did.
Oh my
Jesus
God.
said, "Don't stone the woman." Muhammad said, "Stone the woman."
Actually,
Jesus said, "Don't chase."
Well, actually,
Yes.
correction, bud. The story called the pericope adultery in John chapter 8 wasn't added into the Gospel of John until like the 5th century. The oldest manuscripts of the Gospel of John don't even include that story. It's an addition.
Okay, that's what you say, though. I mean,
No, that's what the
That's
manuscript.
history.
That's what the
That's
manuscript
what you say. You
all
said
your
that.
statements, you have the burden of proving it to me.
I
No,
just
You're
proved
just making
it.
don't.
a statement
You
saying
do.
I said it's true.
I did just
No,
prove
you
it.
do.
Though.
You're the one saying God's not true.
P52.
You're discounting
P52
2 billion people in their beliefs.
Manuscript
2
P52,
billion
which
people might
dates in
be
the
stupid,
2nd
I don't know.
century, doesn't contain the story of the adulterous woman. Why is it that we have no manuscript of the Gospel of John that contained the story of the adulterous woman until the 5th century? Why?
I don't know what you're talking about because it's not true.
I know
Granted.
you don't know what I'm talking about because you're not educated
it's
on
not
any
true.
of the things. Because you're not educated on any of the topics you're talking about. You're just talking
But
out
you
your
can't
ass.
educate on a lie. You can't educate a lie.
I
A
know,
lie's
which
a
is why
lie.
you can't. Which is why
Wait,
you
say that
can't
again.
educate
Say that
us.
again. Say that again. Say that again. One
You
more time.
you can't educate somebody on a lie because it's a lie.
Oh.
Then you can't educate us.
And again,
because
just like
all
you
do is lie
choose to not
us.
believe in God, I'm choosing to not
I
believe in
don't.
you.
I don't choose. No.
Okay, and I choose to not believe you. So again, we're at 50-50. You're not right.
No,
And
you're
to me,
you're just
you guys. I'm
your
not
brain.
right.
I'm sorry. You're not choosing not to believe me. Your brain just has a huge deficit, and as a result, you're not.
This
able
is
to think
exactly where
clearly.
you're at with God, though. Do you not see the hypocrisy?
I know you are, but what am I? Is such a classic rebuttal.
And you're the one
Love it.
It's my
insulting
favorite,
me.
to
I
be
haven't
honest.
insulted you once. I mean, like,
No, you've just insulted
I
entire
can't
people
convince you
groups.
God's real.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
haven't. You've insulted my intelligence by sitting here and repeating stupid shit that you.
I
heard on
mean,
the internet.
Satan protects his own people. He also makes them fight.
No, because he doesn't exist. But anyways,
Yeah, he does.
no.
You just say he
Prove
doesn't.
it. Hey, how about this? Prove it.
Yeah, prove
I
that
can't
Satan
prove
exists.
it. You don't want to believe.
Okay, so
It's
then why-
impossible
so
to
then why should we
prove to
think
you
it's
because you don't
true?
want to believe.
Why should we think
You
it's
don't
true
have
if you
to. I'm
can't
not
prove it?
forcing you.
Okay, so
I
you
can't
just
prove it to you.
believe something that you can't prove? Is that how your wee
No.
little brain works?
You need proof. Again, insulting. Why are you
Yeah, I'm
insulting?
insulting you because you're a
Have I
dumbass and a
insulted you?
jerk.
Yeah, I think my biggest
How
problem
am I a
in this
jerk?
conversation was trying
mean-
to appeal to this individual intellectually when it's quite clear that they're actually not interested in
How are you
learning new
intellectual
things.
when you don't believe in God? and you defend the Muslims
Wow.
when they kill people.
I don't.
Christians kill people.
They beat women.
I think
they have
I think
sexual
Islam,
slaves.
Hey, wait, hold on real quick, Dalton. Tyler, is Donald Trump a Christian?
No.
Is Pete Hegseth a Christian?
I don't know.
Okay.
Do you know who Pete Hegseth is?
I don't really follow politics that much.
I'd be surprised if
Granted.
he even knew who Donald Trump was.
I know who Donald Trump is. I don't follow it because it divides
the
people.
first thing in this conversation you actually knew about. Congratulations.
I mean, again, we're in two different.
Do you speak any Hebrew, bud?
Not really. No, I speak English.
Okay, I do speak Hebrew, and I happen to know for an absolute fact that Kabbalah is a Hebrew word. Has nothing to do with Mecca.
Think about it.
Or the word Baal.
Wow, he's such a
Kaaba and
dumbass.
Allah.
I've
You
know
not
what?
see it?
When I
Kaaba
eat
and
my
Allah?
cookie dough, when I eat my
Where do the
cookie dough
Muslims go around the Kaaba?
when I eat my
Who do they
cookie
worship?
dough raw,
Allah.
no,
Kabbalah.
actually, no, Tyler.
Who's in the middle?
When I
Baal.
eat my cookie dough raw, that's actually me worshiping Ra, the sun god, because Ra. Do you get it? It's like it's obviously it's right
you
there in
got
the
us.
word. Yeah,
That's different. Raw.
Hey, did you know?
Did
you know that atheists atheists are into eating poop because if you rearrange the letters in atheist, it spells eat shit.
Oh, that's funny.
Tyler, have you ever seen a map? Tyler, have you ever looked at a map of Europe?
Yeah, it looks like a map. What about it?
What is the shape of Italy?
Don't know.
You don't know?
I don't pay attention that much.
Okay, you've never seen
Granted.
Italy before.
I don't study what the shape of Italy is. No.
You never looked at Italy before ever.
Of course not.
It's like skinny. It's
Okay,
like skinny and long, isn't it?
If it's raining outside and I don't want my feet to get wet, what should I put on?
Shoes.
They'll soak through shoes. I don't want them to soak through these. So what should I put on?
You would put shoes on if you walk in the
What
rain,
type of shoes?
right? Or rain boots. What are you getting at?
here we go. We got to it eventually.
Jesus fuck.
That guy, Kabbalah.
Kalema. Kalema.
I'm gonna like hang myself. Not actually, but it makes me want to. Like, damn.
Can we get a non-dumbass to come up and talk to us about Jeebus Crispy,
We're
please?
loaded with calls, so we're gonna take our next one.
Who's up next?
Real quick. Big shout out to Ken for paying to boot that guy.
Oh, is that what
Remember,
happened?
guys, if it's been 20 minutes, $20, we'll kick anybody after 20 minutes of the call. So let's bring our next person. I just want to go down the list because we have people that have been waiting. John from Australia, bringing up John. Here comes John from Australia, who wants to talk about the history of the Bible, and the Bible being historical. John, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
He and 30.
He and 30, no problem. All right, John, you want to talk to us about the Bible being a historical book? John, we don't think it is. Can you prove to us otherwise?
Well, it is by definition, isn't it?
No. By definition, it is a book of mythology.
What do you mean? Like, what do you mean? Because it's an historical.
It's about as historical as Abe Lincoln Vampire Hunter.
If by historical you just simply mean this is a book from history, as in it's an old ass book, then yeah, under that definition, the Iliad and the Odyssey are also historical books. But when we say that the Bible is not historical, we mean that the content of the Bible does not comport with reality and what actually occurred in history.
Okay, which I think is a lot more closer to reality. When we're talking about the Bible, it's a
Did you come on
massive
just a tone,
codex
please?
of multiple books. So it spans a huge amount of time with multiple authors.
That contradict each other.
Also, the Bible has multiple manuscripts.
So what?
Like quite a lot.
In
terms of historical,
irrelevant.
like study,
John,
if you want to do good science,
John, Is the book Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter a historical book?
No.
But it's set in a real place with real people from history. Why wouldn't that be considered historical?
Sure, but it's written in the genre of fiction. It's not a...
So is
The
Job.
author didn't write it with the intention of it being an historically...
We don't know what the
written
intention of
document.
any authors of the Bible are.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to ask them their intentions since they're all
You
dead.
really
And we don't know,
believe that?
and we don't know, and we don't know. Yes, I do believe they are all dead.
Even though the
And I
evidence points
do
in that
believe that
direction.
out of the 66 books of the Protestant Bible, we only know the name of 7 of the book's authors.
Wait, I want to go back. He just said the evidence says otherwise. What evidence says otherwise?
Yeah.
Well, the texts themselves.
When do the
They
texts
even
themselves
admit it.
ever give intent?
Well, Luke literally opens his gospel with saying that he's writing a collection
wrote Luke?
of reports.
Who wrote
Who
Luke?
wrote that?
Luke. In
How,
Luke's
and why do you
gospel.
think that?
Who was
And
Luke?
why
That's
do you
how he
think that?
opens the gospel.
Who was Luke?
From historically what we understand, he was probably a physician and close with
Probably.
the apostles.
Are you
Maybe.
aware that the consensus of biblical scholarship would say that we actually don't know who wrote any of the 4 gospels, that they were originally anonymous? The text itself never says it was written by Luke.
Well, it's got Luke's name on it, which is a good start.
No, we have
And
good reasons
even
to
if
believe
it
that
is
the
anonymous-
titles. So, anyways, we have good reasons to believe that the titles of the gospels are just metadata that were added in later. Like, that's why, for example, if you look at the oldest copy of the Gospel of Matthew, it doesn't have its title. It doesn't say the Gospel according to Matthew on it. It just begins, and the titles themselves, the Gospel according to Matthew, the Gospel according to Mark, Luke, John, these are not something that would have been written by the author. They're put on there in order to distinguish them from other existing gospels. This is metadata that is added well after the texts are written.
Okay, but then even if that's true, the Bible itself is put together as a collection from
Eventually it
Jewish
was.
and then later Gentile churches.
Eventually
so it
it
comes
was.
through the church's documentation. So even if that manuscript was written without its author's signature and passed around, because basically what happened is this event happened, whether you believe it or not.
I know the history of how the Bible
Jesus
was
Christ
put
event
together,
happened, and then these manuscripts start being written.
a bunch of Christian men getting together and compiling together a canon of scripture doesn't tell us whether or not the texts themselves are historically reliable and accurate. Only that during the 4th and 3rd century CE, that there were men who believed in these works and considered them to be holy scripture. That's it.
They're holy scripture from the jump. I don't think you can say that they're not. That's kind of a preposterous
Is the Book of Enoch considered holy scripture?
Why are we talking about the Book of Enoch? We're talking about the New Testament.
The New I'm just asking a question. Do you consider
apostles?
Please. Do you consider the Book of Enoch?
No, hold on.
Do you consider the Book of Enoch to be holy scripture? It was a really simple question, and then you just like deflected for some crazy reason.
I don't want to talk about the Book of Enoch because it's not.
I'm not going to quote the Book of Enoch with you. I'm just asking a very simple question: is the Book of Enoch scripture?
I don't know the answer to that. So let me explain. The New Testament is written by the apostles. The church is founded first. Then the scriptures are collected together. The scriptures are an historical output of how the church starts. The 2nd century and the 3rd century onwards, the people that you're talking about, of course, were religious and spiritual and seeing these documents as holy.
But
they
none of this tells me.
Build
But none of this tells me whether or not the Gospels are themselves historically accurate, especially since they contain historical
what you're talking about is two different things, right? You're talking about the actual evidence that the thing exists.
John, I don't know why it's so difficult for you. I don't know why it's so difficult for you, John. John, I don't know why it's so difficult. John, I don't know why it is so difficult to you. John,
Maybe
I
if
do
you
not
shout it louder,
know
maybe we'll believe you.
why it is so difficult for you to have a conversation at a level past the third grade.
Okay, well, answer me this. In what
No.
category is the
No,
Bible
you answered
historical
Dalton's questions.
bullshit?
I don't know why you're now saying
What's
you
your
answered me.
question, Dalton?
Yeah, why should I
What's your
think that the
question?
Gospels
I'll give
are
him my best shot.
historically? Why should I consider the Gospels to be historically reliable and accurate when they contradict known history and they contradict each other?
Well, they are known history. So if there's other historical, like, are you talking about?
Did you say they are
the,
known history? Did you say they are known history? What?
Yeah, they already. Yeah. So are you talking about historians?
No, we're talking about when we compare what the Gospels say to like actual works of history, like let's say the works of Flavius Josephus. When we compare the information given to us in Josephus's work to what we have in these Bibles, the Bibles contradict the historical record.
Oh yeah, in which example?
Yeah, the nativity stories of Jesus, my favorite example, because it's just such a irreconcilable contradiction. Tell me, John, was Jesus born during the reign of King Herod the Great?
Perhaps. If it's written in Matthew, I suspect he's probably got in the scripture some reference to Herod and the time, because I'm not very familiar with the nativity scripture.
The very beginning of the gospel. So Matthew chapter 2 tells us that Jesus was born during the time when King Herod the Great was king over Judea, and King Herod died in 4 BC. Now the gospel Luke tells me, however, that Jesus was born during the census under Quirinius, which was a decade after Herod was already dead. So how is Jesus both born during the reign of King Herod the Great, but also during the census of Quirinius? I think the only possible way you can do that is if he crawled back up into his mother's vagina and was born a decade later.
Which
could the census have been taking place across multiple years?
Wait, what did you say, John?
Could the consensus been? Is that plausible?
No, that Jesus crawled back up into Mary's vagina and was born 10 years later. No.
No. Is it plausible that the census was conducted over multiple years?
No, it was a census that took place in one singular year. It was it's a very well-known census because it actually resulted in the people of Judea getting so pissed off they did a whole rebellion, and 3,000 men were crucified by the Romans as a result. It was very not well received. It was the first census held under Quirinius in 6 CE, the same year that Tiberius did his
So then, what's the other
Temple
alternative?
of Castor Pollux.
Then the other alternative is that the actual age of Jesus is potentially misaligned.
Well, no, it's either that the Gospel of Matthew. It's either the Gospel of Matthew
what he knows.
He's making something
based
up,
on
as far as I can tell.
having conversations with the family,
or he's just making something up,
basically,
or he's just making something up because we have no evidence that Herod the Great ever murdered a bunch of babies in Bethlehem, and also that the author Luke is just making shit up because the author Luke says that the census was a worldwide census, which it wasn't. It was only for the people of Judea. So, like, I don't have any good reason to think that the census of, like, the author of Luke is accurate.
Okay, so I think you think the Bible is historical bullshit because of certain claims, like in trying to line up the specific years. I think that's fair, but also you have a lot of manuscripts to figure that out.
If I write something inaccurate and then I copy it 100 times, does it become accurate?
No, but Matthew, John, Luke, a lot of these people that were around at least need to be studied to understand what this thing is. Because essentially Jesus Christ is the world's oldest crime story. Like, it's
No, it's
if
not.
you're a detective,
So-
you're gonna.
That's not true. Like you
Essentially,
surely
it
can't
is.
think that, right?
That's such bullshit. I got
What do you
crime
mean?
stories that are old. I got crime
The-
stories that are older
a
than
man
Jesus.
A man dies and comes back to life, and then an entire Jewish community who are
How is this even a crime story?
absolutely frothing for blasphemy
It's not a crime
against
story.
him.
No, prove he came back to life.
Okay,
wait.
I just gave you-
My point is,
hold on, Dalton, hold on. Wait, John.
something happens,
John.
and
Prove
then
he came.
a bunch
John.
of people write about it.
John. Prove he came back to life.
Yeah. I don't know. The Bible reports it.
The Bible
I
is
can't
the claim.
prove it. I've only got the Bible in my hand.
So the Bible is the claim. It's not the evidence.
and in the church, basically.
John,
Those are the only two.
I have.
do you know how to-
hold on, Dalton. One
John-
second, Dalton. 1 second. I just want to, John.
Is that
In my
not fair,
possession, John. In my possession, I have a diary, a handwritten account of a man who, at sea in the 1500s, saw a mermaid. Does this mean mermaids are real?
Yeah. But that's a completely different thing because
No, it's not.
that's one person's report.
The Bible is only one person's report, John.
No,
Four
it's not.
technically,
It's
but none of those.
multiple
Hold on,
people's
stop. No, it's not, because technically nobody.
Yes, it is.
No, there is no contemporary authorship in the Bible. It is all written down by people decades after Jesus' death, none of whom claim to have been there, and they only claim that they're.
True.
Yes, it is. Name one person in the Bible who wrote down about the resurrection.
Every single person.
No.
Every
You don't
single
even know your own book.
Show me where in the Gospel of
New Testament.
Matthew. Here, John, stop. Show me where in the Gospel of Matthew it ever
Yeah.
claims to be written by an eyewitness.
Sorry, say that one more time.
Show me where in the Gospel of Matthew it ever claims to be written by an eyewitness.
Like in the text, like I am Matthew and I'm the, or
Anything
a person
anything
Just
in the
something like
text-
that.
Anything in the text that tells me that the author is an eyewitness to the things that they are writing about.
I can't think of a specific example in Matthew or the
Yeah.
other Gospels,
I
but
wonder
Luke
why.
is, and
What about Mark?
I don't really think that's a category.
Luke
like
directly
his
claims he never met.
argument against it.
Luke directly claims he never met Jesus. He says that this is in Luke 1. He says many have undertaken to drop an account just as they were handed down to us by those
That was my point
whom
earlier.
from the first were eyewitnesses. So Luke never met Jesus. John was written almost 100
exactly.
years later, so John didn't meet Jesus.
No. So that's exactly the point.
Paul
So
didn't
Luke-
meet Jesus because
this-
Paul only
this
saw a
thing
vision of him in the
happened.
desert after his death. So who met Jesus that wrote in the Bible? I really want to know. Who
And also,
specifically?
quick
Peter.
note, John. Peter
Peter.
didn't write anything.
Yeah, but Peter is one of the apostles who knows
Did he write
Luke
anything?
and knows Matthew.
Doesn't matter who he
Yes,
knows.
but
Did he write
he's
anything?
in this group. He's
John
he's,
is not.
he's
I don't-
literally a part of the story. He's a part of
John.
the church.
Oh my God, John!
How can
you're
it be
not tra-
fabricated?
John,
That's a nonsense
John, you are
argument.
not. John, you are not tracking the conversation. To be clear, the consensus of biblical scholarship is we don't know fuck all about who wrote Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Those works are anonymous. We don't know who wrote them. The titles weren't given to them until the late 2nd century at the earliest. So these are not eyewitness accounts. These are stories that were written decades after the fact that contradict each other, that just make shit up about Jesus in order to make a theological point. And we have good reason to believe this based on the text themselves.
Yeah, I disagree. I think the
Well, nice rebuttal. Nice rebuttal.
the manuscripts come from the church.
I don't
They
care.
are evidence of the.
They are
Else
evidence
came
that a
from the
bunch
church?
of people
Pedophilia.
they are evidence that a bunch of people really believed in
They're
these
all,
texts.
I do believe they're all written. They come from the manuscripts get
No,
named.
none of us have claimed
as
they
they
weren't
are.
written. The
Through
manuscripts
church
weren't named
tradition.
until later.
They don't get named until Irenaeus of
through
Lyons in the
church
late
tradition.
second.
So
Yeah,
you're,
I don't
like,
care, and
can your
we don't
dad
care
tell you
about church
something?
tradition. Not my
Yes,
dad can't tell me
that's
about
a
something
ver-
that he
that's-
wasn't a witness to.
What are you talking about? That's like
My dad
a-
cannot
an
tell me about
important
things
part
he
of
was
the
not a
story.
witness to. So to be clear, Irenaeus
Yes,
of Lyons
but
in
they're
his
literally
right.
that's
By the way,
the
John,
ground
just to be clear,
zero.
John, no one can
What are
hear a
you talking
goddamn
about?
thing
I
you're
think it's
saying,
nonsense.
John. No one can hear a goddamn thing you're saying while I'm talking. Just to be clear. So, to be clear, we have Irenaeus of Lyons who made a claim about who wrote the Gospels in the late 2nd century, and he never tells us where he gets that information from. Never.
So
I just don't know why Jesus didn't just write it down. If it was going to be such contested, and God would have known this was going to be such a contested thing, why not just make Jesus an author? Why not just have Jesus write down his shit? You know, or I don't know, one of the 12 dudes that hung around him. Why not just have one of them write something down? It would have been so much simpler if just someone who met Jesus wrote some shit down.
Okay.
Why didn't the Romans?
Right? Like,
why didn't the Romans write anything
what
down?
you said earlier.
Seems
You're
kind of weird.
materialists, heavy category, Aristotle category type people, very realist type philosophy. And
John, how many have you had today?
it's ironic that you use all of these philosophical presuppositions.
Why are we using philosophical thoughts to talk about philosophical things?
John is trying to take us well off the path of the conversation, and it's not going to happen.
Why did the Romans not write about the crucifixion?
The crucifixions? They did so many of them.
So are you telling me that Jesus wasn't special?
From a Roman perspective, no. He was
did they
not
put
special.
2 guards? Did they put 2 guards at his tomb?
Which would have been unique.
Did they let him be buried in a tomb?
Because grave robbing was a big deal, and
why would they care?
They wanted security
what would have been
in the city.
what would have been robbed from him? He had nothing buried with him.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
John,
but
can
he
you
was
provide
the
us?
plot
John,
of a major
can you
riot.
provide us? Can you provide us any evidence that the Romans routinely guarded the tomb of dead Jewish men? We have nothing that proves that. Jesus is a unique case.
Okay, but even if they didn't guard the tomb, so what? The tomb 3 days later, supposedly.
No,
the women go to the
you're
tomb.
Missing the you're missing the
then,
point, John. John, you missed the point of what Jovan was asking. The whole point of what was being asked is that soldiers did not guard the tombs. So if it was true that soldiers guarded Jesus' tomb, that's something unique that would have been written by Romans. They would have said something
Sorry, Dalton, but just not only that, but these soldiers knew there was a body in there, then woke up to no body. Yet they didn't inform the Roman guard. The Romans didn't go on. The Romans didn't. It was opened. The boulder had been moved. Your gospel says this. What do you mean? They woke up to the boulder moved and the tomb open, and Jesus missed it.
In some version of the story,
do you think they were sleeping right next to the tomb?
They were.
I don't know.
Because the angel's force, well, it depends on which gospel you're reading, but the angel's force is what knocks them out. The angel's moving the. So you're saying they didn't check after being knocked out. They didn't check to see if Jesus was still buried. If they did check, they would have seen a moved boulder. They didn't tell the Roman guard the boulder was moved. The Roman guard did. They were probably embarrassed. That's your response.
I mean, you're
caught us sleeping on the job.
Speculating the same as me, aren't you?
That's
Are you
his
not?
response is they were probably embarrassed, guys.
Are you speculating as much as me, though?
I love this post hoc attempt at rationalizing away these silly problems with the Gospels. Tell me, if this is a historically accurate book,
you're doing the same
John,
thing.
No. Hold on. We aren't speculating because we are not making a claim. No, because we're not making a claim. You are making a claim.
Yes, that's
so
why I've
all we're
because
doing.
You made a claim. The claim was that the Bible is.
John, I don't know how hard is it. How hard is it, John, for when one of us is talking, for you to just close your mouth? It is like. It seems to be the hardest thing you've ever had to do.
It's on a phone call that I'm just used to chatting this way. I apologize for being rude, guys. I'm not meaning to be rude.
When you are making a claim, you have the burden of proof. So if your burden of proof is just...
Yeah, that's your claim.
Goodbye, John.
Not my claim, your claim.
Oh
I'm not going to be interrupted again. Goodbye. See you.
Can you prove that if you make the claim, then you have the burden of proof?
How do you?
And how do you know? Bro's Andrew Wilson incarnate.
How do you
Oh,
go?
God.
How do you go? Sorry, I won't be rude again, and then immediately interrupt.
Yeah, wild. Fuck it.
Okay. Who do we want to hit next?
I think Don is up next. He's been waiting a while.
Yeah, and Don is a call for you, so let's do Don.
Let's do it.
Just a reminder, guys, before we move on, we are going to do all the super chats at the end of stream, so keep sending those super chats in. Remember to the Cash App and Venmo is on screen. That goes to keeping the call-in line open and keeping the the call-in screener is also going to get paid, so that goes to paying them as well. So if you want to support the show,
go to either Dalton or I.
Yeah, true. If you want to support the show and keep the show running, Cash App and Venmo are on the screen to do that. Super chats are a great way to do that. Dalton and Blitz probably have Cash Apps or Venmo somewhere.
We do, but we're just doing this for the love of the game. Like, let's be real.
We're doing this for the love of the game. It's like when LeBron plays a pickup game, you know?
Yeah.
We just do this for the fun. Let's bring up our next caller. Dalton left, which is fine. This is a call for you. Coming up next is Don from Texas. Don from Texas is calling in to talk about topic number 2, the Bible failing at science. Don, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
Oh shoot, I'm up. I'm Don, 19. Heehan.
Yep, there you go.
Great job.
Now, Don, we believe the Bible
Thank
fails
you.
at science. Do you disagree, and if so, why?
So, before I begin, can I make something clear?
Please.
I'm not here to do a gotcha. This is my first time ever doing this, and I want us both to come in good faith. Okay?
I'm totally on board with that.
Thank you. So, in my opinion, I believe that there is a God because everything has a reaction, and the world could not have came to be without something else to cause it. Right?
Why do you think that the world came to be at all?
It said that in the Bible that God created, well, let me think. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. So that
Sure.
would be the galaxy,
But I don't
the planets, and
believe the
everything
Bible
in it.
is true.
Yeah, and even if
In
we
fact,
believed,
would it-
In
Oh,
fact,
sorry, Blitz, go ahead.
I think that specifically that chapter that you're quoting contains so many scientific inaccuracies that we can probably dismiss the entire chapter as false.
Oh,
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
well,
I mean, let me give you an
don't
example.
really know
right?
what to respond with that. But
So, okay, so we're
Okay.
talking about Genesis 1, right? Now, if you go look at Genesis 1, you'll find that if you read through it, on day 3, God created the plants, right?
Yes.
Day 2, God created what did he do? He separated the heavens from the waters above from the waters below or something, and then on day 1, God created light, something like that. Now, as
Yeah.
far as I know, plants need the sun in order to live. And yet, somehow,
Can you give me a
plants
second? I
existed before
have
the sun
to
did.
go
Yeah,
do
sure, go
something
ahead.
real quick.
What did he say he was doing?
He has to go do something really quick. Maybe he's getting his Bible.
I love getting my Bible.
I don't even own one. I mean, I have a Jewish one, but I don't
I have the
a-
Communist Manifesto around here somewhere. That's my Bible.
I have this is my Bible right here.
Based. I need to buy that already.
It's a good book. It's a good book, and honestly, so I'd actually like to know what percentage of sales of that book I've contributed to, because within like 3 days of that book coming out, A, I had a Zoom call with one of the authors, and B, I've been shilling that book on TikTok so much.
Yeah, you
So,
do
like-
need to get like an affiliate link.
Yeah, right? I mean, like, no, it's just a good book.
Yeah, you'd be advertising that book like crazy. I'm
I know,
definitely gonna
it's
buy
so
it.
good. It's that and A Brief History of Time. And the only reason I advertise this book is because A Brief History of Time is like 30 years out of date. It's still an excellent book, but you know.
Oh,
it's a
chat
little
wants you
old.
to show the book again.
Oh, okay. Yeah, although I think it's going to be inverted, right?
No.
No,
okay.
it looks fantastic.
Yeah,
I love the
I don't play
cover
that
design.
inverted stuff.
it's really, really good. It's an excellent book. It's really well written too. It's not written as if it's like a textbook or something like that. It's written kind of in kind of as a story, like a history, like an interesting kind of historical drama.
Oh, by the way, chat, this is actually good while we're waiting on the caller to come back. Don, are you there yet? Okay. Well, we're waiting on the caller to come back. I was debating when stream ends, whenever that is, watching Project Hail Mary in the Discord. Anybody want to do that?
It's so good.
As long as we're showing off books, I suggest everyone should read the Reader's Hebrew Bible. And it's basically just the Hebrew Bible. Get yourself a copy of it somewhere out there.
Yeah, well,
I don't know if we're gonna watch it. Depends on how tired I am when this is over. But I'm gonna watch it. But if I'm too tired, I'm gonna go watch it in my living room on my couch. So should we just put Don back into the queue? And
I think so. Somebody in the comments says Blitz follows the Talmud.
Blitz, why didn't you tell us?
Well, sorry, I'm actually a secret Orthodox.
You mean we're not the atheist Avengers?
Apparently not.
Oh no, and I'm secretly a Christian while we're at it. Sure, why not? Bro, someone said bro shilling for a big Hebrew.
True.
Then you're talking about me.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah. Baruch atah, everybody.
Ayo. Let's
L'chaim.
Well,
you know, it's funny. My wife, very not Jewish, was born in a completely non-religious household. She's been with me for so long that she just says l'chaim like on the regular just because of the cultural context.
She also, when she gets a good workout, she's always spritzing.
Oh, she uses so much Yiddish. It's so satisfying to hear.
Yeah, love that.
Also, schwitzing, not spritzing.
I moved Don back to the queue. We'll bring him back up. I'll make sure a call-in screener double checks to see when he gets back. Because you know, what are we supposed to do? I don't know how long he expects us to wait for him. Yeah, that could have been his play, though. That could have been his play.
It really could have been. I'm gonna waste these atheists' time.
I gotta go do something.
All right, let's bring up Mike. All right, coming up next is Mike from Ohio. Mike is calling in to talk about the God being real. Mike, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
I'm 51, father, guy, man, however you want to call me.
Well, I want to call you whatever pronouns you prefer. So do you prefer he, she, or they?
It's confusing.
What?
I'm fun. It's he. Yeah, it's fine.
He. Okay.
Don't you only call me he whenever I'm not around? So after I leave, you say he's gone.
Well, the chat is
he when I'm talking.
Because there's like 1,000 people watching in between my two chats, and they'll call you he.
Oh, they'll call me he. Okay, that makes sense.
All right, so Mike,
makes sense why you would call me he.
Mike, we do not believe that God is real. Do you believe God is real, and if so, why?
Yes, I do. It's kind of obvious. You walk outside and see the sun up and birds and all the beauty that's in the world.
Well, I think that proves the sun is real. Like when I walk outside and it's
ugly, because there's a lot of ugly in the world too.
Yeah.
Is it time? Is it time for the greatest argument against God to ever exist?
Ugly?
Oh, perfect.
Go ahead.
Okay. It's time for the greatest anti-God argument ever.
Debating.
Mike, have you ever seen a duck's penis?
No, I don't go around.
Do you want
ducks' penises?
Why? Ducks' penises are shaped like corkscrews, and female ducks essentially get raped every time ducks have sex because it's very painful for them and they don't like it. Mike,
that's because it stimulates the uterus so they can reproduce. Is that why it does that?
No, it's shaped like a corkscrew so they can't pull away.
So I would assume it also is a necessity to get the girls' juices flowing, as it were, so they
possibly. Well, my big question is, why would God design a creature this way?
I mean, there's all types of creatures designed all different ways.
Have you ever seen a naked mole rat?
Yeah,
Because that's ugly as sin.
I mean, the beauty's in the eye and beholder, right?
Yeah, so then how can you make an argument for the beauty pointing to God existing if beauty is subjective?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Nailed it.
Oh, you walk outside and you feel, I mean, the cool breeze blowing and you hear the birds chirping. And
I mean,
what if I live in
the sun
Alaska?
going down to the clouds.
What if I live in Alaska and it's freezing and there's no sun out for 6 months?
Oh, there can be a beauty that way also. You look outside and you see the sun reflecting off the snow, and
I walk outside
it's a different
and
kind of
all
beauty.
I walk outside and all I see
evidence
evidence for is nature, which is amazing. But there's nothing about nature that would show me that there's a God that exists. I think nature is amazing. It shows me I have evidence of evolution when I look out my window, but I don't see evidence of God.
But how could it have evolved? You know, the numbers just don't work.
Which numbers? I'd love to hear about this.
The numbers, the way the DNA and all the acids and everything work together, the chances. I mean, there's not enough time for that to happen naturally. Is my point.
What makes you think
the
that?
Earth isn't old enough?
What makes
you haven't read those articles talking about the numbers that it takes? We're going into like 15, 16 digits of the chances.
Do you know how big our universe is?
DNA happening with DNA that happened without any design. Not to mention DNA is a code. I mean,
do you know how big our universe is?
There's a code writer.
Mike, Blitz is asking you some questions that I think you need to pay attention to.
How big is the universe?
Yeah, do you know how big?
56 billion light years across?
46.5 billion light years across. Now, we can do some rough. Yeah, you're pretty close. We can do some rough estimates for how many planets there are in the universe. If each star has 1 or 2 planets on average, a lot of stars have 10, but also a lot of stars have 0.
So you're saying that, yeah.
Hold on, I'll get to my point. You don't have to summarize my point before I'm done. We can do the math on this, and it works out that there would be something like a trillion planets in the universe. Now, you said that, the amount of time,
to happen
the
on
improbability,
Earth, the Earth
the improbability
hasn't been here
of
long enough.
Yeah, so the thing is,
form.
It doesn't matter how long it would take on average in one place if you have a trillion places to try it.
So you're saying there's a trillion exact Earths across the galaxy with one.
Yeah, maybe one order of magnitude fewer planets that are something like Earth. It doesn't have to be Earth. It just has to be. It has to be capable of supporting life.
But it's kind of. But to develop the way we are and how we are and what we can do, there had to be a designer. There's not.
Why?
It couldn't happen by accident.
Doesn't seem like very good design.
I just said, there wasn't enough time. Earth has not been solid ball.
It didn't have to happen
for
on
long
Earth.
enough
It just
time
happened to happen on Earth.
But it did happen here on Earth.
How old do you think the Earth is, bud?
Oh yeah, that might be a problem. Oh no, he thinks that the Big Bang happens. We're good.
Yeah, 4.5 billion years is enough time.
That's the question. That's the question because time is relative, right? So I'm actually I believe in a 6,000 years or what the Bible says.
Eight. Wait, what?
Actually, no, I take that back because I do. I mean, I do mean that. But what I'm trying to say is we actually not sure because from the time like in Genesis when he created the heavens and the earth, and there's a change in tense in the language, so we're not really sure how old the earth
is. That true,
actually is.
Dalton? Is there actually a tense change?
No, it's all in the perfect tense, describing actions that have already occurred. What are you on about? What are you on about, Mike? I speak Hebrew.
I just saw this. They were talking about I'm trying to remember exactly how he put it.
Are you trying to suggest what's commonly called in Christian apologetics the gap theory, that there was like an unknown period of time between Genesis 1:1 and Genesis 1:2?
I'm not sure actually. I haven't heard it called that, but
Like
it
in
might
the
have
beginning,
been what I
God
was.
created the heavens and the earth. Then there's an indeterminate period of time, and then the earth was without form and void. Because while that might work,
no, that's not what I'm talking about.
all right.
Okay.
Well,
I think
yeah,
it's more. I
as
think
far
it's
as the
more going. I'm trying to. Sorry, I'm talking out loud. Go ahead.
As far as the text is concerned, there's just 6 days of creation about roughly 6,000 years ago, which is, as Blitz will be able to explain to you, is scientifically inaccurate. The Earth is 4.5 billion years old. Abiogenesis occurred around 3.5 billion years ago. That gives us like a billion years on this planet for a chemical reaction to occur, for abiogenesis to occur. That's more than enough time.
A billion years?
Billion years is more than enough time for abiogenesis to occur, especially as you have all those planets.
Because I mean, you go back through what they call the fossil, whatever, and it's like 65,000 years.
No, what? No, what?
You're saying that
we have
Earth's
fossils
been
that we have
stable
fossils
for a
that go
billion
back
years?
hundreds of millions of years. In fact, we have sort of fossils of bacteria that goes back billions of years.
Okay. Well, let's go with bacteria, for instance, right?
Mm-hmm.
How basic would you call bacteria?
Very.
How simple a life form is bacteria?
Very.
Can you pronounce all the names they have for all the parts of the bacteria?
I could read them because I learned phonics.
But I mean, you don't have them memorized. They're crazy names.
No, I'm not a biologist. I'm a physicist.
It's not like
that
five
would be,
parts
but
that work
Mike,
together.
you do realize there are people who are biologists who would have all those things memorized, and even then, no one in any field has every single thing memorized in their field. So I don't know what this has to do with.
Point. But what I'm trying to say is, for that bacteria to form on its own, how? I mean, it's impossible.
It's not impossible.
It had to be something that made it.
No,
Why?
I mean natural things make it. The Yuri Miller experiment demonstrates.
You're saying that complex things happen naturally.
Yeah,
yes.
Obviously.
Where is that ever
all the
proven?
I can just give you an example. Have you ever been inside a crystalline cave? Like there are all sorts of extremely complex crystal structures that grow just by water dripping.
But that's a single element. That's a single.
No, it's not a single element. These can have very complex crystal. These can have very complex crystal structures.
Got up, and it's not like the crystal got up and started reproducing.
Crystals literally reproduce. If you break a crystal, the pieces that fall off can be the seeds for future crystals.
But you don't put two crystals together and they mate and create another crystal.
Most organisms on the planet don't have sexual reproduction. Most organisms are bacteria, and bacteria do not sexually reproduce. At least most of them don't.
Well, bacteria need a host to reproduce.
They don't.
Do they not?
No, you're thinking of viruses.
I'm thinking of viruses. Okay. So bacteria just.
To be clear, also
abiogenesis and.
Yep, they clone themselves.
Yeah, abiogenesis would be the default position, by the way, Mike, because like we know that life didn't always exist. Life does exist now. We do have evidence that nature exists. We don't have any evidence of a super nature. Therefore, as far as like what is like a viable answer for the origin of life, it must be something natural. Like if there's a party where all the explanations for the origin of life get invited to, God doesn't get invited to the party because like we haven't even demonstrated that the supernatural exists.
Well, I mean, there's one little thing that shows that supernatural exists.
Like what would that be?
It's the Shroud of Turin.
So the Shroud of Turin, or as I like to call it, the Shroud of Tourism, is a hoax. We have letters. Well, first and foremost, carbon dated to the 14th century. The Shroud of Turin is. What does that sound like, Yoda? Anyways,
say.
yeah.
So you're
From the
saying
14th
that,
century,
I
it
mean,
is.
they've actually,
but
they did
but
a
also,
spectral analysis of this cloth, and they've proven that it took a force, energy to create
no. So
the sun.
actually,
Yeah,
I
that
just
it's
shared with
embedded into the cloth. It's not.
no.
It's not something. It's not like some painter came in there and painted the
We have
picture
actually
and said, "Okay, that's good."
we have actually recreated the Shroud Turin using medieval methods. There's an experimental archaeologist by the name of Luigi Garlascelli, who
Gargle.
So the scientists
I
that
can't
have
pronounce his
recently
last name.
analyzed this
And
thing
he
and
wait,
proven that
Mike,
it's an energy burst that created that.
Mike,
That was
Mike,
in
no,
milliseconds.
Mike, you're not listening. We have
So you're totally
reproduced
disavowing that.
Mike. Yes, I am absolutely disavowing that because we have absolutely recreated the Shroud of Turin using only medieval methods. All that's required to get that negative image on the Shroud image, you can laugh, but the data
It's not
speak for them.
just an
But the
image.
data,
It's an actual burn into the cloth.
I
It's
know,
not,
Mike, and this is how.
It's not like
Mike, and I can tell you how you get it. We know how
how
you
the
get
hell
it.
how.
All you
Explain this
got
to
to
me.
do
So,
is apply red ochre to a relief statue of Jesus. Apply the Shroud of Turin, a shroud to it, so that the image is on the shroud. Then you cook it in an oven at a certain temperature for a certain period of time, and then afterwards, when you pull it out, you wash off the red ochre, and it leaves behind the faint image only on the surface.
You need to actually look
This
at
has
the
been peer
science that
reviewed.
they've been doing
I
on
have
the
looked.
shroud
No, I
recently.
have looked at. I have looked.
No,
into the science
you
of
have
that.
not.
You didn't even know. You didn't even know.
Can
How
you tell
would
me
you
what
know?
a spectrograph is?
Yeah.
What spectrograph?
Can you tell me what a spectrograph is?
Spectrograph, it measures the energy on the spectrum. Oh yeah, it measures the light energy that comes off of something.
You just
Is
typed
it
it
not?
in.
No, I just came off the top of my head.
A spectrograph is a particular kind of plot, right? It's not clear to me that someone who, and it's okay not to be familiar with like all the intricate details of spectroscopy, but it's not clear to me that somebody who's not familiar with that science should really be making an argument that relies on understanding the science in a sophisticated enough way that they can analyze the methods and techniques required to do that kind of analysis.
And to be clear, you weren't even aware. I guarantee you weren't even aware of Luigi Garlascelli's paper until I brought it up to you. So before you dismiss it out of pocket, you need to at least look into the data and actually see what has been produced. Like you can sit here all day and say it's impossible
I'm sure
to
they
blah
were
blah blah
able
blah
to
blah.
produce something that looked kind of like that, but
Has all
whenever
the
they
same
actually
properties.
analyzed the cloth, they can see where the blood was on the cloth whenever it got burnt.
As far as I
It's
know,
like,
nobody
does it
has
burn the
nobody has actually analyzed a sample of the cloth that has blood on it, right? I don't think that the samples of the cloth that were
Okay.
taken from the Shroud of Turin had blood on them.
They've done it recently. They've done it recently.
Well, no, I mean,
have.
there are no new samples of the Shroud of Turin that have been taken. The last sample from the Shroud of Turin was taken in the 80s.
They've done it here in the last 3-4 years.
No, but they're not using a new sample, right?
And you know what's even
An
greater than
old
all
sample.
this? What's even greater than all this is we have an actual like memorandum from a clergy member in the Catholic Church from the 14th century writing to Pope Clement VII, telling him, by the way, this was a forgery. My predecessor had the artist confess to him, and this was made specifically by the dean of dean of the collegiate in order to raise money to bring in tourism and to raise money for this particular church. So not only is it dated to the 14th century, but we have a letter. It would just be a regular art
painted
using red ochre.
So you're saying that the cloth
so
has been painted.
Mike, were you listening when I told you how the shroud was reproduced? Were you listening?
You said you put red ochre on it.
Uh-huh.
It's
and then
not
what?
red ochre that's on the cloth.
And then what?
And then you cooked it in an oven.
And then?
At a certain degrees for a long time.
Mm-hmm. And then?
I guess it came out with a picture on it.
Once you remove it from the oven, then you wash out the red ochre, so that's
Can I ask
all
you a
that's
question?
left
How
is
how
the
big
image.
how big a oven was this? Where did
Just
they
a
do
regular
this
size.
at?
It was just a regular sized oven. Luigi only
So they
used
folded up the
materials.
sheet.
Yeah,
So
he
they
only
folded up the
used.
sheet and put it in the
Yes,
oven.
and
Wouldn't
he
you think you
only
would see
used
that
materials.
in the picture?
No. Why
You
would
wouldn't
you?
see the folds from
No, why would
where
you?
you folded
it's from
where
hundreds of
you
years
folded the
ago.
paint.
It's from
You
hundreds
would
of
see
years
that
ago.
in the picture.
No, I wouldn't expect to see that.
You wouldn't expect to see the folds where they folded it up and put it in the oven.
No.
Ow. When you fold cloth, it's going to bend the paint and it's probably going to crack there. And
How
if
big
it
was the
doesn't,
oven?
it's going to form
How big was
differently
the oven,
whenever
Mike?
you.
Mike, how big was the oven?
That's what I'm at. I asked that to you, and you
It was
said
a pretty
No,
large
but I'm
oven.
saying no, but you're making the assumption that they
Is
would have
this
had to
a-
fold it up.
Is this a 15-foot oven that they put it in? How many 15-foot
cloth, you
ovens
can
were
fold
there
it.
in the Middle Ages?
It's a cloth. You can fold it. You can
If you
bunch it up
fold
even.
it and you cook it, it's gonna show the wrinkles
Really? Because like
from
Luigi
cooking it.
did this. Luigi did this, and when the shroud that he produced had none of these creases in it in the image.
Luigi.
I'm looking at it right now.
Luigi Garlashelli. He was the guy who
Yeah.
ran the experiment.
Yeah, I'm looking at the
Okay.
shroud that he produced from this experiment. No folds in the image. It looks just like the Shroud of Turin.
So you're just totally discounting that scientists have looked into it and did
I'm not
spectrography
discounting. I'm not
recently.
discounting anything. I'm looking.
You can Google
at the
that
data.
if you want. If you can,
I've
you can
already
Google
looked
that
into
what
it.
I just
I've already
talked
looked
about.
I've already looked
and-
into it.
Okay.
The wax
So,
analysis that was recently done in 2021, by the way, demonstrated that the shroud could be much older if it was maintained at a consistent temperature, which we know for a fact that the shroud was in a fire in the 16th century. So not that.
yeah, it was damaged.
That's why
So,
we call it the Shroud of
I mean,
Tourism.
what? What did you say? I didn't hear you.
I said that's why we call it the Shroud of Tourism.
Tourism. That's clever. Well, I mean, that was the. I knew y'all would totally discount that, so it's not. I'm
The
not
data
expecting
discounted
to
it.
convince y'all of anything, but I do wish y'all have a little more open-minded about Christianity.
I'm very open-minded to evidence, but sadly, when Christians come on here and they give us their evidence, it's never very good. I hold Christianity to the same standard that I hold every other potential proposition to.
Every what? I'm sorry.
Every other
It's
potential
fine.
proposition.
Every other religion. Did you
Every
say?
other
Sorry,
proposition.
my dog's running around here.
Religion or not
I
religion,
can't hear.
religion or not
Mhm.
religion, I hold every single proposition to the same standard.
You can hear the fact. You look at Christianity itself. It's been handed down from people. It goes tied into the Jewish religion. I heard y'all talking and the earlier guys talking about the Muslim. That was the guy had some guts. I admire his guts, but yeah, that. I'm just trying to. It's just the fact that I can look at facts and totally discount them is kind of.
Oh,
You're
I'm
not
not
giving
discounting
us-
any
It's
facts.
just interesting.
You're literally not giving us any facts. Mike.
What about the
I don't
facts
know
that
what
I've given you? Like,
Yeah.
for example, do you think there was a global flood?
Global flood?
Yeah. Do you think that happened?
I think it did. Yes.
Okay.
Because
Well, why didn't the
fact
Egyptians
that
know about it?
You can see it in mythology all the way around.
Why
the
didn't
world.
the Egyptians know about
Pretty
it?
much. The Egyptians?
Yeah, they were right there. Why didn't they know about it?
Because if I remember which tribes the Egyptians came from, I'm thinking about bibliology.
We have continuous written documents from the Egyptians going back over 5,000 years. No records of a global flood.
Here's a good question, Blitz. Would a global, let's say you had a regular ancient city like Jericho, would a flood completely wipe out? Would a flood completely wipe out like any structure like that?
Of course, yeah.
And yet the city of Jericho is like dated to like
it's like 10,000 years old or something, right?
It's 10,000 years old. It's older than the Earth is allegedly in the Bible, and yet it wasn't destroyed by a flood.
And I mean, like, look,
I mean, water does weird things, but yeah.
I mean, here's a wait. Just a real quick, bigger question: could the human race repopulate off of 6 people?
Yeah, I mean, God wanted to, but you know, I'm not sure it killed everyone, honestly.
Then it wouldn't have been global, would it?
If you look,
well, the Bible is sure, because the Bible says the only survivors were Noah, his wife, his 3 sons, and their 3 wives. Those were the only survivors of the flood.
But also the Bible's geographical too. It only concentrates on really
it was a global
the
flood
Israel
that killed
area.
everybody, not just a couple people.
Well, it killed everyone across.
God said in Genesis 6:13, "I have determined to make an end of all flesh, not most of it, not some of it, all flesh."
But God
did God fail?
Kill all the people of the tribe, and there were people that showed up later from those tribes.
Yeah, that's a good question. How did that happen? But look, even if we grant that the flood was local, you know what else is local to the Levant? Egypt. Egypt's right there. Yeah, and Jericho. Well, but we don't have written records from Jericho, so maybe the structure survived. We have continuous written records across the entire time period when the flood would have happened, right? You have Egyptian scribes just writing stuff when they're supposed to be thousands of feet underwater. Were the pens, were they chiseling with waterproof chisels? Like,
well, they also had multiple gods. You know,
yeah,
they didn't
and
believe
none
in
of
one
them,
God.
none of them told them anything about a flood.
Is this the non sequitur hour?
Yeah, it is.
Maybe they didn't want to talk about it because it didn't jive with what they believed.
It's not a question about whether they talked about it. It's a question about why they didn't die.
They would have just said that their gods did die.
They didn't die. No, we have continuous written records. There's no period of time where we just have blank from like across Egyptian culture. There's no period of time where we don't have written records in Egypt, right?
Speaking of Egyptian written records, it's really weird that we also don't have records in Egypt.
So you're saying the flood happened less than 5,000 years ago?
I'm saying the flood. We're saying the flood never happened. But Mike, it's also kind of weird
if the flood did happen.
Hold on, Mike. Hold on.
Yes.
Just to add on to what Blitz is saying with Egypt, it's also kind of weird that Egypt was very good about keeping written records of things, including losses. There's no record of thousands of slaves leaving Egypt ever.
Millions.
Egypt wrote about war losses. They wrote about losses of crops. They wrote about all of this, but they didn't write about thousands of people.
Millions.
Over
2 million, right?
Yeah, 600,000 men, and then all their wives and children. All the slaves gone, and Egypt never once wrote about this. We don't see a dip in their economy.
Well, you look
at
at what happened around it. I imagine everything that happened around it, they didn't want to
we have no
perpetuate
evidence.
Those stories.
No, there's nothing in the Egyptian record. Like, you would have seen at least like a dip in their economy or something, but nothing.
You know,
absolutely nothing.
We have Egyptian records of a kid complaining to his mom about not wanting to do his math homework. And you think that they wouldn't have written this down, that over 1 million people just got up and left after defeating the Pharaoh?
Not if the Pharaoh said not to do it.
The Pharaoh wasn't dictating when a kid was deciding whether or not they should write about how their mom is making them do their homework. The Pharaoh didn't decide how everyday people wrote things.
What a silly
But if
thing to
God
suggest. The
tells
Pharaoh's
you,
just
but
like
if God
so
tells you not to do
embarrassed.
something, what do you do? Isn't
Sorry,
Pharaoh
one more
the
time.
God? If
By
God
the
tells you
way,
to do something, what do
by
you
the
do?
way, the Pharaoh was killed in the Red Sea incident. So the Pharaoh's not around to tell people, don't fucking write about how I got killed.
I don't know. Who took over after he died?
We can't hear you.
So there?
Well, he asked who took over after he
Your
died. Well,
mic,
the thing is,
you're too far from your mic.
the thing is about
You
who
there?
took over after he died is
Sorry.
we don't know, because the Pharaoh of the Exodus is a fictional character and is never named. There are anachronisms in the book of Exodus. Like the book of Exodus says that the Egyptians were building the storehouses of Pithom and Ramesses, even though Ramesses lived 200 years after the Exodus allegedly took place.
Okay. Sorry, my earpiece dropped out there for a second. Yeah. So you got me on the history stuff. I'm not super buff on that. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine. It
You
just
got
seems
me?
like
Sorry.
it seems like basically everything in the first two books of the Bible can probably be discounted as nation-building mythology. The same kind of stories that we tell about how, George Washington could never tell. Wait, no, that was Abe Lincoln. How George Washington cut down a cherry tree, right?
It was both, because Washington cut down the tree and then immediately told. He cut it down and then went inside and was like, I did this.
So like that never happened. That's a story that we tell as part of like a national myth, right? We have all these stories about these founding fathers and how heroic they were and all of this stuff. And some of it's based in truth, but like not all of it is. Historically, this is a thing that nations, especially forming nations, do. They develop a mythology to explain why they are allowed to be there, why they are the way they are, why they're a group at all. I mean, you can go look at Rome too. There's a story about the founding of Rome by Romulus and Remus, who were raised by wolves. This is a pretty common thing in the ancient world. It just seems like that's what Genesis and Exodus are.
Myths, yeah.
So yeah, Mike, was there any other contentions with, or any other proof you might have had?
Can you hear me now? I'm
yeah,
sorry.
we can hear you.
We can now, yeah.
Okay. I had you muted there for a second. I was like, why can't you hear me? No, I was saying the only problem is the like in Genesis Exodus is the prophecies it links to Jesus that are in and what
Oh
he
no,
did.
Dalton, cover your eyes.
Jesus didn't fulfill a single prophecy from the Hebrew Bible. Not one.
Yeah, that's
not one
I've
iota,
heard
not
this
a
argument
tittle.
before.
What was that? What was that, Mike?
You taking his words there. You taking his words there, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I've read the Hebrew Bible in its original language.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus doesn't fulfill any prophecies from it.
How
Not
do
a one.
you talk? I know it's Psalms. This is not Exodus. I mean, you look at what he accomplished in dying for us and taking what
That's not prophesied
the
in
powers.
the Hebrew. That's not prophesied in the Hebrew Bible.
It kind of is whenever the snake deceived.
You're thinking of what's called the proto-evangelium of Genesis 3:15, which is not a prophecy about the Messiah. Yeah, it's called the proto-evangelium, which means
your heel.
First gospel. Yeah, that's not a prophecy about the Messiah. That is an etiology, a story that's meant to explain certain phenomenon in the world. And that story is just explaining why is it that humans and snakes don't get along. The seed of the woman are us,
It's
human
just
beings.
funny how it fits, is what you're saying.
It doesn't.
It's just interesting how it fits.
It's
what
all
he did.
All it says
undid
is
what the snake did.
I will put enmity between you, the serpent, and the woman, which the serpent is never called the devil, and between your offspring, being all snakes, and her offspring, being all humans. And he will strike your head and you will strike his heel, which is how you kill a snake. And that's all it is. It's not a prophecy.
And
it's an etiology.
And it's just interesting how it fits in with Jesus's narrative also.
It's also
This is
interesting how
coincidence.
it's not a coincidence because it's not
That's
about the
what you're
Messiah.
saying.
It's not a coincidence because it's not about the Messiah.
But it does fit though. So
No, it doesn't.
it's just a coincidence.
When did Jesus stomp on Satan's head?
Whenever he went to hell and took the keys of hell.
Really, I don't remember reading in the Bible where where Jesus walked into hell, and then the devil was like crawling around on his belly, and then because he doesn't have arms and
No,
legs
he
anymore, because
took,
that's what it says in the book of Genesis, that he would crawl around on his belly, the snake, and then Jesus went boom on his heel and just crushed his head.
talking about the
Didn't happen.
physical.
So it only sounds like it makes sense if you allegorize it. In other words, it only makes it sound like Jesus if you don't take the text literally for what it says. You have to allegorize it and turn it into something completely different.
You do take it for what it says.
Because what it says,
more to it.
No, I'm not. All it says is that human beings would stomp on the head of snakes.
Because the snake
That's all the text says.
Mm.
Where does the book of Genesis say that the snake is Satan?
I think it references that whenever he said that enmity.
Nope. I will put enmity between you and it never calls him Satan once or the devil. It's just Nechash, a serpent. I will put enmity between you and this woman, between your offspring and her offspring. He will strike your head and you will strike his heel. Nothing about the serpent being Satan. That's a theological development well down the line.
And so you're a Bible guy. Was it which psalm is it? The 93rd, 39th psalm when he talks about being bruised for your transgression?
Psalm 22, where it says in your Bible, he was his hands and his feet were pierced. In the original Hebrew, doesn't say that. It just describes King David as having his enemies as having being at his hands like a lion. It's mistranslated in your Bible, but the very beginning of the text says that it's a
no, I'm talking about
David.
the bruise for our
that's Isaiah 50, that's Isaiah 53, and the context tells you that it's about the nation of Israel, especially since in the text it refers to the suffering servant there as a them in the plural.
Who's suffering? You're saying Isaiah itself?
The nation of Israel.
The people?
The nation of Israel were
But they
suffering
talking about being bruised and beaten.
Yes, they were bruised and beaten in the exile.
They just used it in a single. Isn't it using single? It's not using national or whatever that.
Well, no. In verse 8, the last four words of the text are "Mi pesha amin negalamo," which means because of the transgression of my people, they were afflicted. Because the afflicted one is the nation of Israel.
But before that, it's all singular.
The nation of Israel. Yeah, the nation of Israel gets referred to.
He's talking about a nation.
Yeah, the nation of Israel gets referred to
like it's one person.
Yep, the nation of Israel gets referred to in the singular all the time in the Hebrew Bible. Look at Exodus chapter 4, verse 22, where God says about the nation of Israel to tell Pharaoh to say, "Let my people go, let my firstborn son go, that he may worship me," in reference to the people of Israel. Or Hosea 11, verse 1, when Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. This is called a collective
I mean, how many verses is that referencing the one person? It's not just he will be bruised.
In Isaiah 53,
there's a whole thing that it is pretty much.
Let me test.
It almost describes crucifixion.
Mike, let me test something with you.
Does it not?
Because this is important. Let me test something with you. I'm going to give you two sentences.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to tell me the difference between these two sentences. He went to the store versus he shall go to the store. And you'll see why this is important in a second.
He went to the store, or he shall go to the store?
Yeah, what's the difference between those two
one's
sentences?
Present, one's future.
All right. When I read Isaiah 53, it says, does it say he was wounded for our transgressions, or he shall be wounded for our transgressions?
It said he was.
He was, as in the suffering of the servant is something that has already occurred from the perspective of this section of the book of Isaiah.
So he was, but if Because Isaiah was the prophet that wrote this, correct?
Incorrect. This section of the book of Isaiah's chapters 40 through 56, are known by scholars as Deutero-Isaiah and were written well after the time of the prophet Isaiah. Only chapters 1 through 39 were written by Isaiah.
Oh, who were they written by then?
An unknown author.
Unknown author.
Yeah.
So you know a lot. It's funny. You know a lot more about the Bible than I do. But I mean, I live.
He's called the Bible guy for a reason.
Yeah, I live my life by the morals of the Bible in Christ. You know, I try to do what's right.
Does that include stoning women?
Having that stoning women.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not Christian. That's Jewish.
Well, Jesus told you to observe the law of Moses, yeah?
But he said he fulfilled the law of Moses.
But he told you to keep it
Didn't
too,
he say
right?
not one dot, not one tittle? Isn't that the whole thing?
Literally, Jesus said to his disciples that the scribes and the Pharisees sit on the seat of Moses. Therefore, whatever they bid you to do, that observe and do it. So Jesus told his disciples to make sure that they follow the teachings of the scribes and the Pharisees, and they taught the Old Testament law.
So how did we get Christianity?
Yeah, that's because of Paul.
Christianity.
That's because of Paul. Paul came along after he had a vision, and then he introduced his own personal theology that most of the time disagreed with Jesus. Jesus said, "Do not think that I've come to abolish the law." Paul said that Christ abolished in his flesh the law. Ephesians 2:16, directly contradicting what Jesus said.
Law when he fulfilled.
Well, no, Jesus said, "Do not think I've come to abolish the law or the prophets. I did not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them." Whatever fulfill means, it does not mean abolish, according to Jesus. So Paul was just in a disagreement with Jesus, because it's easy to know why that is because when Paul existed, the Gospel of Matthew hadn't been written yet, so he had no book of Matthew to contradict yet. The author of the book of Matthew just disagreed with Paul. No, he did.
Or he talked to the apostles.
We don't know that.
He talked to Peter, and he talked to.
Sure, we don't know he talked to. We don't know he talked to the author of the Gospel of
He
Matthew.
did.
Again, we also no, we don't know who wrote the Gospel of Matthew.
Yeah, because you don't know who the book of Matthew. But I mean, if you look at the time and the earliest church and everything, it's the tradition is that Matthew wrote it, is it not?
Not until the late second century. And the reason why that tradition gets invented is because you need apostolic authority to promote the Gospels. So you have Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John as the authors, because they are either apostles themselves or their closest associates with the apostles.
Weren't they the disciples of the disciples? We're looking at what, two generations?
No, we don't have any good reason to think that Irenaeus of Lyons was a disciple of any of the disciples.
Because, I mean, whenever he wrote the books, it was like he wrote the names of people. You go talk to them. They will attest to what I'm writing here.
Nope, Paul never says that.
He didn't say it in those words, but he did write. He did put a lot of people's names in.
He put Peter and James and not very many other people. Never even mentions Mary Magdalene or Matthew. Never once.
That's the one thing I always find interesting, like the Catholic religion, is that they took too much, all this promise on Mary. It's like she did what God wanted her to do. It was like, so she's a saint. I don't buy in the whole Catholic saints and all that stuff.
That's a whole nother conversation. I'm not interested in having.
This is not the time. Not the time or the place.
I think the conversation's run its course. Personally, Mike, we've been on for 40 minutes. I've been reading
the Bible a lot lately. Been working through.
Well, here, let me give you some homework to do before we let you go. Go and read a book called the Bible. Yeah, here, Mike. Before we leave you,
I mean, none of that
I'm going to give you some. I'm giving Mike.
I don't think he can hear you.
I'm giving you some homework, Mike. Go and read The Bible Says So by Dan McClellan. There's your homework.
All right, Mike's gone. Mike is gone. Shout out to Jackie and Kita for the Venmo and Cash App. Thank you both. We're gonna move on to the next person. We got about 3 more calls, and then that'll be all for the show. So 3 more calls. We'll read super chats, whatever super chats might be left, and then that will be the whole show.
Seems good to me.
2 of the next calls are they finally got the wild card topic.
Hey,
you don't know how I feel about my wild cardness. So coming up next to stream is Emmanuel. Emmanuel calling from Kenya to talk about the Christian God. Jesus. Okay, Emmanuel. Okay, hold on. Emmanuel, I put you back into queue. Emmanuel. If your phone is on speaker, take it off speaker. Or if something is playing, because we just heard really loud noises coming back to us. So I'm going to ask you to do that, Emmanuel. I'll give you like 10 seconds to do that, and then I'll try to bring you back. Because that was...
Is Emmanuel a returning caller?
No, they kept calling a bunch of times today, and they kept getting...
Oh, I just remember a video where you were talking to a guy named Emmanuel. And I'll never forget it because you just said his name so many times.
Were they from Kenya?
No, I'm probably not now that I think about it.
Okay, Emmanuel, can you hear us?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
Perfectly.
we can. Okay, Emmanuel, can you just provide me with your age and pronouns, please?
Yeah, I'm 22. Pronouns. Okay, I'm not really. You can use you, me, I.
When people refer to you in the third person in English, do you prefer they refer to you as he, she, they, or something else?
Oh, he. Yeah.
Right.
Usually he. Yeah.
Great,
yeah.
No problem. All right, Emmanuel, we believe the Christian God is evil because if a human being did any of the things the Christian God did in the Bible, we would look at them as unilaterally, massively evil beings. I'm sorry?
Before we start, can I just say, this Jovan, the YouTube channel keeps popping up in my live feed, so I'm really excited. First time doing this. I'm from Kenya, like I just said. So yeah, really happy to be here. So sorry for interrupting you.
No, you're fine. As I was saying, we believe the Christian God is evil because the Bible, if any human did what the Christian God did in the Bible, we would call them evil. Do you disagree with that sentiment? And if so, why?
Okay. I was hoping to start with the first couple of topics because, yeah, this one is a bit of a tricky one, even for professional theologists, which I'm definitely not. But okay, I would say.
I mean, if you prefer to start with a different topic, we can. I'll just,
Yeah, sure. Maybe we walk up to the to the more difficult ones, like that one.
Okay, which topic would you prefer to talk about?
The first one seems okay. God is not real.
Okay, we don't believe God is real because we don't believe there's enough evidence to prove God is real. Do you have any evidence for his existence? And if so, what is it?
Yeah, okay. But can I ask the 3 of you? Okay, now 2 of you, because I think one guy just left. Can I ask you guys if there's anything me or anyone else can tell you guys to maybe sway you to believe, that maybe there is a big guy in the sky, or is it like a set in stone for you?
Yes, evidence that the big guy exists would sway me to believe in the big guy.
Oh, okay. Nice. That's a good answer. Okay, so on whether God is real or not, I would say that I have 2 evidences in my opinion, and one of them is what I think you'll perceive as the weakest one, and the second one is what I would consider as one of the strongest ones. So I'll start with the weaker one, which would be that.
Let's just do the strong one. Don't start with your best foot forward.
I wanted to start with the weaker one so that you beat that one, but then I can still lean back on the big one.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah. So what I wanted to say was, if you say that God doesn't exist, there are like I don't know, 85% of the human population that believe he exists. So aren't you kind of saying that, 85% of the population is kind of delusional? I
Yes.
feel like that's what is being said.
Yeah, so like the number of people who believe in a proposition doesn't make it true. This is literally the argument ad populum, which is a fallacy. Like there was a time in history where the majority of the people believed that the earth was flat. Didn't mean it was true. Just because a lot of people believe that a thing is true doesn't make it true automatically.
Yeah, that is true. But still, if tomorrow you wake up and everyone around you says that the sun is blue, you won't all of a sudden go like, it's a fallacy just because many people believe it doesn't make it true.
No, it would still be a fallacy. Just because it would still be a fallacy.
Yeah, but
although the question is, when you say that they say that sun is blue, are they seeing the color blue, or are they just calling the color of the sun now that we usually call orange or whatever? Are they just now calling that color blue?
Well, regardless, okay, since I wouldn't be in their head, so I would not know. But even if intellectually you would call it a fallacy, I don't think you would just go on with your day saying, it's a fallacy.
No. As long as you are making the argument that it must be true because a majority of people believe it, it will always be an argument ad populum.
Yeah. I get that from the philosophical and the intellectual position, but surely you would not just go on with your day like nothing is happening, like everyone around you is not saying that the sun is blue. I guess
sure. I would be very shocked if every day. I would be very shocked if everyone magically changed their position on the color of the sun tomorrow. But that wouldn't make them true, though. I would look up in the sky and see that it's not blue, and they would just all be wrong, even though they all think that it's blue.
So currently, you believe that like 85% of the human population who believe in like a deity of some sort, like the way maybe.
Yes. As far as I can tell. As far as I can tell,
more than being wrong.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I can tell, they all believe in this thing without any good justification. Now, maybe you're one of them who believes in this thing without good justification, or we can just move on to the good argument and see if you have any good justification for the existence of your God.
Okay, fine. Let me go to the stronger one. The stronger one is okay. I'm not sure what the theology, philosophy people call it, but I think they call it the ontological argument, which essentially goes something like, well, if by the way, when you say God being real, do you mean like the way a table is real? Because I wasn't sure about that one. Because
it actually has ontology.
I'll center on the Christian God. The Christian God, the Bible claims he's spirit. So that's why I'm asking whether you believe he's real. Like, let's say your T-shirt or your mic.
Yeah, I don't have any evidence that spirits exist. So the statement that God is a spirit, it would just be one more reason for me to not think that this God exists.
Okay. And what about things that are neither matter nor energy? Like I don't know, justice. Do you believe like justice exists?
Justice is an action that's performed.
Okay. But when someone says like
actions are physical. Actions are someone's seeking that you do what is just. Action is a verb, really. It's what you do. Actions are physical.
Yeah, but justice is not per se a verb, is it? I mean, it's
what is the argument being made, Emmanuel?
Okay. What's the point I wanted? This wasn't the main argument. Here I was just saying that the realness that I'm talking about is the realness of something that is not matter and not energy. Now, what the main argument was
we don't even have to get that far because God is described as a being that can speak to us, as a being that can engage with us. So, like this idea that he's just spirit goes against what at least the Christian God is described as being able to do. He is a being that can physically interact with the world, and he does so time and time again.
He's got body parts.
So the argument. the argument would be something like, if you say that the universe or reality has a beginning, then we'll have to ask.
I don't see any proof that the universe. Yeah, I don't see any proof the universe has a beginning.
You said you don't see any proof that the universe has a beginning.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So if we look at the universe and then we break it down into two options, it either has a beginning or it doesn't. And unless I'm mistaken, the physicists tend to a beginning.
I would say,
but I'm
I would
not
say because I would say it doesn't have a beginning.
I would say there's no proof that it does have a beginning. There's no proof of it.
What about the Big Bang one? That
I wouldn't say that that's the beginning. I would say that that is an expansion of the universe from a hot, dense state 13.8 billion years ago, but I wouldn't say it's a beginning.
Okay. That's a reasonable idea. Is someone singing in the background, or am I going crazy?
No, you're good. You're good. What was that you said, Emmanuel?
Yeah. I was saying that, you can say that the universe doesn't have a beginning, but either way, you find yourself in like a tricky position, because if you say the universe doesn't have a beginning, at least in the temporal sense, like time never really started. Time has always existed. Now, if you claim that, you'll be in a tricky position, because that means time has like a. Sorry.
Not really. I mean, definitely not. Are you about to say something to the effect of like, if time goes back ad infinitely, that you can't get to the present?
Of course he is. You know what he was gonna say.
Because under I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Bliss, but under B theory of time, that's not really a problem.
You're right. It's not really a problem at all.
On my what?
The B theory of time.
What isn't really a problem?
An infinite past is not a problem under B theory of time.
What is the B theory?
It's a way of viewing. You can think of it as like a way of thinking about time. And the important point here, the important part about the B theory of time is that it treats the past, present, and future as all being on equal footing, meaning that they all equally exist.
Okay.
On that view,
okay. So what I wanted to say was, yeah.
On that view, having an infinite past is no different than having an infinite future.
Okay. Well, I don't know about past, present, and future, all of them existing at the same time. But okay, all of you look like you're fans of science fiction. Am I right in assuming that?
I don't know what that looks like. You are correct, but it does bother me that you're correct, at least for me.
Wait, what are you saying?
That we're fans of science fiction.
Well, I just find it funny that I said we all look like we're fans, but like literally none of us look at it the same.
It's the glasses. It's giving nerd.
I would argue I look different than the two of them vastly.
Dalton,
my glasses
your glasses are giving like 1870s Jewish kind of shtetl, okay?
I bought
both
these
of
glasses.
You have Harry Potter glasses on.
I bought these glasses specifically when I was Catholic because I thought they were giving priest.
Oh, okay.
Okay. The reason I was bringing it up is because science fiction often has this whole time travel trope to it, and a lot of times especially if you look at this whole someone goes back in time or someone travels to the future to try and change something, but then they always keep pushing this idea that it's like time has a way to it. It's like time has a way it wants to flow towards. So if you claim that time has existed forever, then that would mean time kinda has a godlike quality towards itself, because, well,
do you guys understand what's happening here?
We don't really know.
Why are we talking about time travel right now? No one brought up time travel.
I think time exists differently the further back you go.
Okay, well, the reason I brought up time is because, well, if you believe that the universe is eternal in the temporal sense, so you believe that time has existed forever, then it means that you also believe that time has a godlike quality towards itself, right?
I don't think always existing is a godlike quality.
but it means that if there's such a concept as a beginning, then time was already there, and that's kind of an omnipotent quality towards something, isn't
That's
it?
not on.
That's
That's not
literally
omnipotent
not
at all.
omnipotence.
Yeah.
Okay, fine, fair. I'll drop the point. Okay, we can go to another argument then. You wanted to go to the Christian God is evil argument, yeah?
I mean, that's where we were going to start, but you said you weren't as prepared for that one.
Yeah, so where we go? Full circle.
Yeah,
Let's go.
no, it's not that I'm not as prepared. I'm actually a bit more prepared than the God is not real argument. It's just that it's a very difficult thing to justify that the Old Testament God is a just God. It's actually a problem I've been bothering with for a while now. So, yeah.
Well, the Old Testament
But,
God, the Old Testament and the New Testament God, neither of them are just. They're the same person. They're not just at all.
Right. Well, I'm guessing one of the things that makes you say that is because he has, in your view, ordered multiple genocides throughout the Old Testament and killed people unjustly throughout the Old and New Testament.
True.
Yeah,
He's allowed for
right.
slavery. He's allowed for sex slavery. He's killed people.
Right.
He's
Well,
committed the
Pretty
biggest
messy.
genocide of anybody. His body count's higher than any other being.
Well, I had this
I didn't know you
one
cared
from
about body counts there, Jovan. I didn't know you were like that.
The only body count I truly care about is that of God's. That's actually a sick TikTok topic. God's body count matters.
It's hilarious.
I had this one from hello, am I?
We can hear you.
Am
We're
I
just
still on?
talking over you.
Okay. Yeah, I had this one from an apologist called I think Frank Turek, and essentially what the argument or what the claim was to avoid what was called, I believe, presentism, which is where you apply a moral code or a moral judgment on something that happened a long time ago using using standard.
Of course we're gonna do that.
Yeah, if God exists outside of time, then it should be bad to do it in the past, not just bad to do it in the future.
Which I suppose makes sense. And okay, this might
also
be
that's moral.
slightly-
Isn't that moral relativism, not presentism?
So that's moral what?
Who knows?
That's moral relativism. Presentism is the philosophical concept that like only the present exists. The past doesn't exist and the future doesn't exist. Only the present can exist.
Oh, okay. So moral relativism versus objectivism.
Yeah, moral relativism is saying that
okay.
like something might have been immoral now, but not have been immoral back in the past.
Okay.
In the
Now
before
this might
time.
be slightly to the side of the main point, but I would ask where would the moral code, like let's say God has ordered a genocide, where would the moral code that says a genocide is wrong be coming from?
Where?
From our subjective moral standards.
Yeah,
Which
where
is
you know, like
our minds. Just
if
like with
you
God,
say-
it comes
if you
from our
say
minds.
wrong, then-
All morality, I can just answer it real quickly, Emmanuel. All morality, whether it be a Christian moral worldview or our moral worldviews, they come from a mind.
Yeah. Okay. And
We just don't
what
believe
would
that
make
mind is God.
Your view. What would make your view right and someone else's view wrong?
Well, considering my view doesn't mean genociding billions of people, I think my view is way better than God's.
Yeah, but you see there, you haven't really answered the question per se, because my question was, say you
To be
you
clear,
come to me and
it
tell
is a
me
flawed
genocide is wrong.
question.
Why?
If you're a moral anti-realist, then there's no such thing as X thing or X moral is better than a Y moral, because morals are not things that exist.
Forgive me, but what is a moral anti-realist?
It's the opposite of a
I
moral
don't know what that means.
realist. A moral realist is somebody who thinks that morals are things that exist out there in the world. A moral anti-realist is of the position that they are not things that are out there in the world. And so to even make the claim that they are, to even make a comparison between them is probably mistaken.
Yeah.
Now you can say that I don't like it when you do that, You could say that what you're doing is unaligned with my values, and I'm going to hurt you unless you stop. But it's a category error.
When people ask me about right and wrong, I think we recognize that these are value judgments about whether or not simply you are doing something that aligns with your goal. Like if your goal is to draw a circle and you draw a square, you did it wrong. If what makes it wrong to genocide is your goal fairness and well-being? If not, then I guess it wouldn't be wrong to genocide. But if you, like us, have the goal
Clipped and shipped, get wrecked, Dalton.
yeah, get that out there. The 5 guy 100% genocide. But if you have the same goal as the three of us of fairness and well-being, then what makes genocide wrong is it runs contrary to that goal.
Yeah, but let's say the three of you and me and all the other 8 billion human beings, or 7,999,999,999, all of us have the same goal, that morals should be geared towards wellness and well-being for human beings. And one random serial killer guy stands up and says he doesn't believe that. He believes that, he should be allowed to do whatever he wants.
Sucks for him,
What
I guess.
makes us?
We'll put him in a room.
Emmanuel, this argument doesn't work because we can flip it right back on you. If I have two people who are both devout Christians who say they have received divine revelation, and the two of them offer up two decisions that are moral opposites, who's correct? They've both received divine revelation from God. One says God has given me divine revelation that we need to imprison 100 people. The other says I've been given divine revelation of God that we need to release 100 prisoners. Whose morality is correct?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but you know whose morality is correct? It's my wife, because she just brought me Oreos.
Hell yeah. W.
What were you going to call them, brownies?
I was going to call them brownies. He made brownies last week.
I would get it if it was even like the chocolate Oreos, but they're the vanilla ones.
Look, they're the golden O's. They're the best kind of Oreos out there, okay?
I prefer the golden Oreos too.
My man likes vanilla.
Okay. Well, you've asked an interesting question, and what I would say is either one of them is correct or none of them are correct, and that's kind of why I don't base my life on, what people say God has told them about life.
Here. Do you think it's morally...
Wait, Dalton. Except you do, because you're Christian. So you do base your life on what a bunch of humans told you that God thinks is correct. I want Oreos now.
Well, I don't think I've ever really said I'm Christian.
So you're not Christian?
Do you believe in the Bible?
Well, if by that question you mean, do I think the Bible is 100% correct?
Do you think Jesus died for your sins, and that he was Son of God?
Okay, I guess I would.
Then you are Christian. If the answer to that question is yes, then you are a Christian.
Yeah. Do you think it's morally upright to have innocent women be put to death for things they didn't do?
Well, I would say two things. I would say, no, I don't think it's morally right, but I would also say that, my personal views don't really matter in the grand scheme of things, because, what matters is what is true.
So if God demands that innocent women be put to death, you're just okay. So in that case, you're not really a good person, Emmanuel. You're not good. You're just obedient. Goodness and obedience are not the same thing.
I said I'm not okay with that. I said no, I would not be okay with that. But I've also said,
God dictated
my personal
it. Would you object? Would you object if God dictated it?
Well, yeah, I would ask him why. I would ask him a bunch of questions.
And he says, "I'm God. You don't get to question me." Now what? Because that's his reply to Job. Who are you?
Well, yeah. That is what Job was told, and well, I'm glad I've never been in that position, because I would be in a difficult position. But
But
I do feel like
ha-
you haven't really answered my question though.
has God ever put innocent women to death?
Not in the strictest sense, no.
No, yes, in
he
the
has
strictest
not.
sense. So, for example, this is you probably won't understand how this relates to this but it does. Emmanuel, do you know what percentage of
Yeah.
women do not bleed the first time they have sex?
Sorry.
What was that?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Do you know what percentage of women do not bleed the first time they have sex?
Do not believe the first time that
Bleed.
I don't understand the
Bleed
question.
like blood.
Do not.
They do not bleed.
Oh, do not bleed. Oh, I don't know the percentage. I would guess 50.
It's over 60% of women do not bleed the first time they have sex. Would it be wrong for us to make a law that if a woman doesn't bleed the first time she has sex, it means that she's not a virgin, she should be put to death?
Yeah, that would be wrong.
Does the Bible,
does
God ever give a commandment that says if a woman doesn't bleed the first time she has sex, she should be put to death?
Yeah, because it's a sign that she's not a virgin. Yeah.
But it turns out, what was the test in Deuteronomy 22 to see whether or not she was a virgin?
If she bleeds, I guess. I'm not really sure.
Which means 6 out of 10 women who didn't bleed would have been put to death.
Seems so cruel.
Okay. Now I feel like you're making more of an argument to you're making more of a moral plea. You know, like
well, yeah,
God
you're not
is
supposed
evil
to put people
because
you're not supposed to put people to death when they didn't do anything wrong. So in some sense, you're right. That is a moral plea.
Yeah, and that does a good job to sway people that God is evil, but it doesn't really put the argument to test on whether God actually is evil. It just says God is evil because he has done these
Do you
evil
think
things.
that putting people to death for things that are not sins, do you think that that's good, neutral, or evil?
And is that sin according to your definition or according to Obama's definition? Or
according to God?
Well, if it is sin according to his definition, then by definition,
No, so that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
So the girl who was a virgin, but didn't bleed, she was put to death. So she didn't commit a sin, right?
Yeah.
And yet she was still put to death. That sounds like murder,
no, she did
not justice.
No, according to God, she did. According to God, she did commit a sin.
What sin did she commit?
Yeah, what sin did this woman commit?
She was not a virgin at the time of.
But
she was a virgin.
But she was, like we already told you, there are plenty of women who the first time they have sex, they are virgins and they do not bleed. These virgin women would be put to death according to this law.
Yeah, but well,
I have a clarifying question, Emmanuel. I have a clarifying question that might be able to clean some of this up. Why should we not judge God by the same rules he judges us by?
Oh, we definitely should.
Oh, okay. So then God's a murderer. Easy.
I'm
glad that's settled.
In the
God, it says in the book of Proverbs that Yahweh hates. It says in the book of Proverbs that Yahweh hates the hands of that shed innocent blood, but Yahweh sheds innocent blood.
Yahweh doesn't have hands, don't he? He specifically only hates the hands. The rest of them is fine.
There are two things I think I would say to that, because the first one would be. Sorry?
Emmanuel, I gotta be honest. We're at like almost 30 minutes and we have 2 other callers to get through. So we are gonna have to cut it off here.
Yeah.
I'm on board with that.
But yeah.
Sorry, Emmanuel.
Can I just finish this one part?
Honestly,
no.
It's not my call, but no.
What did he ask?
Can I just finish this one part?
If it's quick, if it's like 10 seconds.
Yeah. Okay, I wanted to say 2 things. The first one would be, when you say shedding innocent blood, well, the law was given to a human being because, well, when you kill an individual,
There's 10 in manual.
unjustly,
I said 10.
that's
I said 10 seconds. That was 10. Sorry. I said 10. You didn't even remotely try to get close to 10. We have 2 more callers to get through, and then that will be the end of the show. I like how the first hour is so crazy to try to get people to call in, and then the call-in lines flood. So let's bring up
them Oreos.
I'm legitimately jealous, and it makes me realize I should have gotten cookies in my delivery order earlier.
I know.
I want Oreos so bad right now.
I'm mad that I'm on a diet. Banana chips.
Diets. Coming up next is Dan from Peru. Dan from Peru calling to talk about the Christian God being evil. Dan, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns. Hello, Dan. Dan from Peru, are you there?
Daniel. Danny boy.
Dan the man.
Oh, Dan hung up.
Dan ran.
Well,
see Dan
and Rand.
We tried. Then I guess we'll take the last call of the day. So coming up next is Sam. Sam is calling from Michigan, I think. I think MI is Michigan. I don't remember. Sam is calling to talk about topic number 1, God being real. Sam, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon everybody. My name's Sam. He, him. I don't know how this really works with the pronouns, but yeah, that's what I am.
And your age?
Oh yeah, age 23.
All right. Now, Sam, you are calling to talk to us about God being real. We're all atheists who think there is not any compelling evidence for the existence of God. I assume you do have that evidence and you can provide it to us?
Yes, I can.
I'm so excited.
Go ahead. This will be
With
the
the
first.
best of my abilities, of course.
All right. First person of the night will be able to provide his evidence. Okay. What's that evidence, Sam?
The Quran.
Oh.
Okay. You don't know what evidence means.
On a completely
thing.
On a completely unrelated note, guys, check out my drawing I did of Muhammad earlier. It says I
It's
diddle
actually
kid.
really good though.
It says I diddle kids.
Well, that's not good. But the drawing's really good. Did you have like a
Whoa,
past
whoa,
life?
whoa!
As an
No
artist?
need, no need to insult. No
you
need
trying to get my
insult.
stream
Well,
ISIS?
with all due respect, like as far as ISIS, and
That was
Shahid
completely.
Bukhari,
Don't worry, Sam. That was completely
are-
unrelated. I just wanted to show off my drawing, is all.
That was crazy.
That's
Anyway, Sam, do you know
completely
what?
fine.
Do you know when we ask for evidence? Do you know what we're asking for specifically?
Yes, you are asking for concrete fact that God is real.
Oh, yes.
That's pretty good.
I mean, unless you could have some sort of like, yes, essentially, yes. We're looking for some type of information that would support the claim. The Quran is the claim.
Correct. That is my argument. And
so it sounds like it's
that
not
is
the evidence.
Infallible words of God.
Yeah, that
It
doesn't
is
sound
the
like
infallible words of God.
Okay, but that's not evidence then.
Yeah, where does sperm come from?
You can't just ask somebody where sperm comes from, Dalton.
Sorry,
now are we gonna?
Oh my God! Next Wednesday we have to wear pink, guys.
Are we gonna get into Quran or are we
Why?
gonna get into Hadith?
On Wednesdays we wear pink.
Which one?
Oh, okay.
The Quran.
Which? Yes.
What was that, bud?
I was saying, like, are we gonna get into Quran or Hadith?
Quran.
Okay.
I mean, I don't even think we need to get that. I don't think we even need to get that far because the Quran isn't the evidence. The
Yeah, it's
Quran,
just a
when we
claim.
ask for evidence, evidence needs to be external from the belief system. The Quran is the most internal you can get.
I think his claim is the Quran is so perfect that it must come from a god.
I don't think a perfect book can have kid fucking.
I'll give you my best breakdown of why I
breast
believe
breakdown.
what I believe
I'm down.
outside of the faith.
I heard that.
Okay, let's hear it.
Okay. So, do you believe that we were created with a purpose, or we
No.
just popped up
No.
like poof?
I think that we actually just emerged fully formed as humans out of goo.
I mean, I was created with a purpose. I wasn't an accident. My parents wanted to have me.
Okay, I'll give a real.
Okay, Mister, my parents love me.
I'll give a real answer away from the jabronis. No, I don't believe we were given a purpose. I believe humans make their own purpose.
Okay.
I would never want to exist in a world in which somebody decided my destiny for me.
Okay, now
isn't that a girl's name?
Now, the questioning on who and what God is. Now, is it an argument that you don't believe that God is a physical entity?
I don't
correct?
think God is anything. I don't think God is anything.
I believe God is a fictional tale that we tell children at night so they'll behave for Christmas.
But if you're asking if we have a perception of God, of the deity that is embodied, that is, we as atheists don't have a singular perception of deity. We understand that deity is a social construct, and thus every culture has their own perceptions and divine profiles. And some of those are incorporeal, like what you're probably going to suggest, and some are corporeal, like what other holy texts from the Abrahamic religion suggest. Either way, we don't have any reason to believe any of these gods exist.
This is I mean, so what's the biggest red flag for Islam for you guys?
Well,
The pedophilia.
My biggest red flag would be that they believe in a God. That would be the instant thing that makes me not believe in it.
Oh yeah, that first thing, sure, yeah.
Second would be the pedophilia.
Yeah.
Okay, so with the pedophilia,
You're muted,
thing, like,
Blitz.
where did this concept come from?
Aisha, how old was Aisha?
I mean, in Sahih Bukhari, they say anywhere between 7 and 9, but historical account says that she had a sister that was 10 years older than her at the age of 28. From the migration from Mecca to Medina.
What does she say? How old does she say she was?
How do we know those narrations are really her?
Oh, so you just deny the hadith from
If we're
Aisha.
going to say wait, it wasn't the whole thing at the start that the Quran was a perfect book?
But hadith and Quran, if you could show me in the Quran where it says that my prophet married a 9-year-old, I'll shut my mouth.
No, he
But
married
it is not in the
he
Quran.
married a 6-year-old and diddled a 9-year-old, to be clear.
Those are your claims, but okay.
So you
But
just
yeah,
deny.
if you can show me in the Quran.
Are you the kind of Muslim who denies the hadith from Aisha?
I deny Bukhari in specific. Sahih Muslim is fair. Al-Kafi is cool. The 4 books of Shia literature is fine. But in specific, Sahih Bukhari is a lot of slander.
Is this text
That's a lot of
that claims
slander
to
on
be
my
from
prophet.
Aisha actually from Aisha or not?
My
What is the
claims?
consensus
My
of
beliefs?
scholarship in your religion on the hadith or on the work that claims to be from Aisha, where she says that she was 6 when the prophet married her and 9 when he diddled her?
Not true. From my school
That's the
of thought
consensus.
and my scholarship.
That's the consensus. Is that the consensus view in your religion?
Elaborate.
Like the majority of Muslim scholars, what would they say? Majority, not just the ones you like.
Well, unfortunately, majority scholars will just take the hadith. No questions asked. No research. No historical accounts.
No research.
No.
Gee whiz, we got a regular scholar here.
No, I'm not no regular scholar. I never claimed to be.
But the actual scholars haven't done the research, is what we're saying.
I mean, scholars have done. There's argument within the community on her age. Some scholars say, "Oh, she was 9, and it was a different point in time, and it was a custom at that point in time."
That's not a different time isn't good. That's not a good answer.
Oh yeah, bro. I'm not, brother. I'm not justifying it. Like I was saying, I'm telling you what the other schools of thought believe in. Some other schools of thought are told not to question said hadiths because these are, weirdly enough, they treat it like they're infallible, but they're not.
Yes,
There's
yeah.
the word
Just
of God.
I would like to hear from you. Yes or no? Is there anything wrong with diddling a 9-year-old?
Yes. Morally wrong.
There we go. That's better than at least. But the majority, I'm just going to tell you, the majority of Muslims I talk to say that.
Majority
when
will
I ask
lead
them
you astray.
when I tell them why should I, and by the way, the consensus of scholarship in Islam is that Sahih al-Bukhari and Sahih Muslim and the testimony from Aisha are authentic. That is the consensus view of the scholars of your religion. Says that
For the
Aisha was 6 when
majority.
she married. The consensus based on scholarship and peer review.
Based on the Sunni scholarship and the Sunni literature, correct. Ahl Sunnah Jama'ah, correct.
Sure. Who makes
So, like,
the
you know how,
majority
like,
in your
for
religion?
example, Christians would have, you know how, for example, Christians would have Catholics and Protestants and sort of the same. Unfortunately,
so
there was a divide
are you
during
the Protestant or the Catholic?
I mean, I'm not the majority, as we would say.
All right, then the Sunnis are the majority. They're like the Catholics, and they therefore probably have the more historical backing behind them.
To a certain extent.
The pedophilia is pretty nonsense. Also, the fact that the Quran says bullshit in it that's clearly not true, like where sperm comes from, and also gets Jesus's mom and Moses' sister mixed up, would tell me that this book doesn't come from a god.
Also, there's no evidence that it comes from a god.
Yeah.
Like, we're just assuming.
Like, wouldn't a perfect God produce a perfect text, Sam?
Here's a better question. Wouldn't a perfect God produce perfect beings?
I believe that the prophets were perfect beings.
No, everything he produces should be perfect. He's God. He does not make mistakes.
Well, we would say we are a perfect being, but
we are.
Really?
We can't even hold our own head up until, like, what, 6 weeks?
Hold on,
8 weeks?
The creation was perfect.
I'm not perfect.
His image. Oh yeah,
I'm not perfect.
Nobody's perfect in a literal extent. Nobody's perfect in a literal extent. That is a crazy way to see things.
No, a perfect
like,
God should be able to produce. A perfect God should be able to create human beings that are perfect. Human anatomy is not perfect.
Okay.
I don't know if you've ever been kicked in the balls. There's a better way that we could have been designed.
I'm sorry. Our body is so flawed that our cells will just start replicating and not stop, and then we get cancer.
Okay, but on the other hand, we can sit there and argue
cancer.
That
but on the other hand,
cells.
Have you considered?
Hold on.
Go ahead.
On the other hand, carpal tunnel.
The fact that cells, the smallest creation from God, can heal itself. And for example, that camera that I'm seeing you guys on, if it breaks,
also kill it. And in regards to cancer, it can also kill itself. My body, if you get cancer, is trying to kill you. If I drink and breathe at the same time and do it wrong, I got the same pipe for doing both. I will choke and die on my drink. My eyes can't even see because they just fucking gave out. I am not a good design. If God's a designer, he's not a good one.
To what extent? Because, like, we're not going to be these all-powerful,
I didn't say it to be all-powerful.
Why does too much water kill us?
Too much of everything could kill us.
Why?
Of anything could kill us.
Why did God design beings that way?
Because just just like other species and other creation.
Why did
we
God
have
design those
limitations.
other species that way? Why did God design us with limitations?
Also, aren't there like
For
completely
us to,
like Blitz? Aren't there completely
because hold on,
unnecessary body parts
because
on
our
us?
body on this realm is slowly deteriorating, and we're inevitably going to be in the next realm.
Which doesn't
If
sound
you
perfect.
believe, if you believe or not,
It
but
sounds kind of copey. Yeah, I mean, like, we don't need our little toes.
But we
They're
have them.
completely useless. They're useless. I don't need.
But
What the
they're
hell do
there.
I have wisdom teeth for?
It makes you
Back
wiser,
if I'm not mistaken, back in the day, we had chompers.
I
I
still
don't
have
know
a chomper.
what I don't know what that means. Do you know what that means?
Are you saying it's because we had
Oh, we had
larger
bigger jaws.
Yeah, because of
Yeah.
evolution, we have smaller jaws now. Not and which is, again, just nature. It doesn't demonstrate a god. It looks like my body is just like the evolution has just produced something just good enough, and it doesn't always work, and it doesn't look like something a perfect god made.
Well,
You ever seen a duck's penis?
You
I mean,
love
I don't
talking
know.
about ducks' penises.
Obviously,
You're obsessed. You're obsessed with the
obviously,
duck
you guys
It's a
want to believe
perfect
in
argument.
angels,
It's a
but
perfect argument.
obviously, you guys want to believe in angels, but we would get into the conversation where God has made creation outside of this realm.
You have no evidence of
Why would
angels.
anyone believe that?
I might as well believe in fairies if I'm going to believe in angels.
Hey,
they
whoa.
are basically the same thing.
Every time you say you don't believe in a fairy dies. So stop right there.
Oh, okay. Then I don't believe in God. Did that kill him?
No,
ladies and gentlemen, we
that's not
got
how it
him.
works, my friend.
We got pleased by Tinkerbell rules. Here's my issue, Sam. Here's my issue.
Go ahead.
You keep, in order to get back to God's existence, you keep falling back on like, well, my book tells me he did these things. When it should be the opposite, right? You should go, my book says this, now can I prove this? And if you can't, then you shouldn't listen to the book.
Which is completely fair.
So
But
I think
there's just certain things. There's certain things in said book that we can't explain.
Yeah, that would be called bad writing.
No, but these things are true. I mean, it discusses how the universe is ever expanding.
No, that's just that ancient people. That's just that the ancient peoples, like ancient, like Arab peoples and Jewish people, likewise believed that God literally took the sky and stretched it over the earth like a tent. That's like what the Quran says like that. It stole from the Hebrew Bible, and the Hebrew Bible just said it because they had an ancient, outdated understanding of how the world worked. Your Quran also says that sperm is located between the backbone and the ribs, which is factually not the case.
The backbone's connected to the rib bone. The rib bone's connected to the sperm bone.
The Prophet Muhammad.
Yeah. I don't like the
Police
slander
be
on the
upon
Prophet
him.
Muhammad. That's another thing. These
Police
are
be upon
the
him.
enemy.
I don't like
We
when
could-
people
I could show
slander
you his-
Sonic the Hedgehog, but he's not real, so I don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, like it goes back to these narrations you're bringing are from the same people that waged war against the
No,
Prophet's family.
it is the Quran
On historical
from
account.
Muhammad that says that sperm is between the backbone and the ribs. Why?
Let me. I should
would he
also.
write that?
I do want to also rephrase. I think Muhammad was a real person. I think the Prophet Muhammad was not.
Yeah. As in, he wasn't a prophet. He was just a guy who was listening to Jews and Muslims in the marketplace talk about the religion, and then he had some sort of psychological experience, and then he narrated the Quran to somebody.
I mean, even the way he speaks, it's in the book, the author of the book. They'd be speaking in a third person. Like you read the Quran, actually. There's no other book like this.
No, there are tons of other books like it. The Bible is like the Quran. In fact, we even have pre-Islamic poetry that's very similar to the Quran. There's a whole field of study and Quranic literature dedicated to this.
Do you think that the moon was cut in two?
Hell yeah!
Why didn't the
No
Chinese
way.
record this?
I don't know.
Because it would have been in the night sky available for them to see. In fact, it would have been almost directly overhead, because apparently, according to the Tafsir or the Hadith or something like that, the moon that was being cut in two was visible over a mountain to the east, which means that viewed from China, which was to the east, it would have been directly overhead at nighttime. And the Chinese were very well known for recording astronomical phenomena. They recorded, in fact, I believe that they recorded the first ever, or they were the people who recorded the first ever recorded supernova. They took note of the stars, of the moon, of the sun, all the time. They had court astronomers. So why wouldn't any of them have written about the moon being cut in two?
I don't know. I'd ask the Chinese, but that's interesting.
Well, we did.
Maybe
They said it never happened.
Yeah.
Where'd the other piece of the moon go?
It was eaten because it's made of cheese.
Well, if it was cut in half, where'd the other half go?
No, it ended up being put back together. You know how, like, for example, one of our prophets split the ocean in half, right?
Okay, I just want to be so for real here.
Yeah.
I just want to be so for real. You genuinely believe that your prophet pulled a Gru and said, "Minions, tonight we take the moon," split it in half, and then put it back together?
Well, I wouldn't say it was him. I would say it was through the will of God. Just
Magic,
like with Jesus' miracles and Moses.
Well, to be clear,
Moses'
Moses didn't exist and Jesus didn't perform miracles. But yeah, when you say magic is the answer,
your take is Moses didn't exist?
That is
Moses
the
definitely
consensus
didn't
of
exist,
most. That is the consensus of most scholarships. Yeah, Moses is a made-up character.
100%. Like, it's not even. I mean, I'm sure there was a person named Moses alive at that time, but there was no religious figure Moses who led the Jews from Israel. Or, I'm sorry, the Jews from Egypt during the Exodus. That person didn't exist.
So you guys think that's all fairy tale, for no one can see the face of God and live?
Yeah, it's a fairy tale.
Huh.
Well, the Exodus didn't happen.
The Greeks believe the same thing. There's a whole ass story in Greek mythology about how you can't see Zeus's face or else you'll fucking die. And then someone
Except
does
for all
and
those
they
goats that Zeus fucked.
Yeah, but
they were good. They were clear.
But this is all just myth and fairy tale, Quran included.
But Sam, we are about out of time. Was there anything else you wanted to add?
Stay Arabian, man.
I haven't watched Aladdin in a while.
I'm not Arabian.
He's Persian, brother. That's the wrong group.
Arabian Nights. Checkmate, liberal. Thanks for calling, Sam. That was our show. Let's quickly get through our super chats. And then
did you like my drawing? That's what's important here.
I did not like that. I feel like I'm going to get targeted by ISIS now. Comedy Central is going to shut down my stream. That I did not like that. Let's see where we're at. I think we're at this one. Super chats. So Gentleman Viking said Douglas Adams died a few months before 9/11.
Oh,
is that a reference to something I don't get?
Douglas Adams, author of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. He's the one who does the puddle analogy.
Oh, it was.
One of my favorite books.
Coincidence? I think not.
Coincidence? Checkmate, liberals. Bradley said, everyone's an atheist for every religion that isn't theirs. I think I read that one already, but yeah, W. Ken said, I thought I heard circus music when this guy came in. He was referencing Tyler, I think, specifically. Katie Ironfist said, I don't know it, so it's not true. Quote, Tyler. Liquidy Shid said, John is the UK menace himself, Martain. No, John wasn't Martain. I would have known if John was Martain. Yay, not crazy. Fucking wild name. Because yes, he is. I'm not necessarily an atheist or religious. I just don't really care if there is a higher being or not. In my view, you don't need religion to be a good person, and being religious doesn't make you a good person. True. We agree. Caroline said, love you guys. Take my money. Okay. Thank you for the $10, Mithrander GP. And then Daniel Cusino said W, Blitz's wife, for the Oreos specifically, I think is what they were saying.
And she brought me a boost. I'm on a diet too, but I have to gain weight.
Nice.
That was our show, everybody. That was atheism, the two atheist dudes, three atheist dudes. We will be back maybe next week if Blitz and Dalton want to join again for the atheism Wednesdays. They don't have to, but if they want to, then they can.
I have no life. I'll be here.
I make no promises.
No promises are needed. So we know at least Dalton will be back. Also, look out for it. Blitz and Dalton have both agreed to do lectures in the Discord. We just have to figure out what month they're going to give the lecture series on. So if you're not a part of our Discord, the way you get in our Discord is being a paid supporter on Twitch or YouTube. So if you want to get in before they hit their lectures, you better join. That'll be the lecture for June, because I just did the lecture for May 2 nights ago. So we'll be doing June's lecture. Will be one of us. So, one of us, possibly one of them. So get into the Discord for the lecture series. Anything else from you guys?
Go to my website.
Yeah, just follow me on YouTube. I'm trying to build up them numbers.
Yep.
All right.
My website is blitz.phd. Go there.
Nailed it. All right, guys. Thank you for watching the stream. Thank you for being here. We will see you guys next time. Goodbye.